Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Triz, and today we'll be chatting with Ben, Ryan, and Samson of the Ravensdale Publishing team. We have a fantastic giveaway of a copy of Villains and Henchmen that will be first sent out whenever production ends. Type RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win. The drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch, Lost in the Concrete War Zone, coming up right after Rules of Cool. You can also get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. And in Rem Alternis news, if you are looking for all natural soaps, lotions, potions, and more exciting alchemical wonders, look no further than Pure Alchemy Soaps, specializing in handcrafted RPG-themed soaps with unique fragrances that perfectly encompass who your character is in any campaign. I actually have my own set from my personal D&D campaign. Alder, a lawful good warforged artificer, has a fantastic range of scents that get to know him very well as a character. And make sure to check out the link in the chat. That will be down there here in just a moment to get a set of your own. Now, time to get right into it. We'll stay tuned, NPCs. Welcome back, NPCs. We're back here with the Ravensdale Publishing crew. Let me make sure they can be heard. And if you like, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Let us know what you do. Ben?
All right. Hi, everybody. Ben Ravensdale here. I am one of the game designers for Ravensdale Publishing. I'm a professional dungeon master and just an overall nerd.
Hi, everyone. I am Rye Ravensdale. I'm also a game designer for Ravensdale Publishing. In my non-geeky life, I'm just a regular tech project manager.
And I am Samson. I am the lead artist at Ravensdale, and I'm a professional nerd. Everybody else is rookies. I'm a professional nerd.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's kind of incredible hearing about somebody with a non-geeky life. I don't know what that is like. All right, well, as we always like to start the show with, what is your history as gamers? And we'll just continue going in that order.
Okay. I've got a pretty long history with gaming. I grew up with my parents playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I was, kind of sit in the other room watching Star Wars while they played. And it's kind of just gone from there. I think at every point in my life, I've been in an active RPG campaign of some sort. And I'm 41, so that's a fairly long time.
For me, I actually really fell into it when I moved from the wilds of Canada down to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Some of you true geeks out there might recognize Kenosha and the University of Wisconsin Parkside as the locus for the beginnings of Dungeons and Dragons. Gary and his crew started the Parkside Association of Wargamers at that university, and that's where D&D got its start. So I was part of an illustrious legacy being part of that group, and really fell into it along with LARPing and Japanese anime. That's a whole other history for me there. But yeah, that's it. Actually, I loved it. We did, in fact, my team and I used to do all the anime programming at Gen Con. Especially when it was up in Milwaukee. So that's this guy. So yeah, we as a quick little aside to that is we actually hosted the sort of the North American premiere of Ghost in the Shell at the arena in Milwaukee way back when. So
Nice.
Yeah.
That is insane. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, you should have led with that. But
She's burying the lead, you know.
I did. Yeah, I'm an anime geek.
okay, then you're definitely with friends here. That's why I had this screen up. You guys can't see anything that's fine. And so,
I would like to retract my previous statement of being a professional nerd. I can't follow that. I started gaming pretty all the gateway games, Monopoly, Uno, that kind of stuff when I was really young, and then just eventually got into the more cool, funner stuff later on, like teen years, high school, and I've been drawing, which is really where my nerddom is in artwork, and I've been doing that since I could hold a pencil. So, and I'm 46 now. So for a while I've been an art nerd, but yeah, gaming as long as I possibly could, but mostly from high school.
no, no shame in that at all. Everybody has to start somewhere. You can't just hop straight into some of these campaigns without catching a little bit of flack. I completely understand.
Oh, I definitely caught flack for stuff. I'm from that generation.
It's okay. Y'all got me feeling like a youngin. I'm not going to say well I am, even though we went around the room. Excluding your own, what is your favorite tabletop board game?
Oh, I always dread this question. I've got a few. So one of my favorites is kind of obscure. It's the Gears of War board game. It was one of the first kind of like dungeon crawl cooperative games that Raya and I bought and played, and we kind of fell in love with it. It was a little bit clunky, but overall it worked really well, and it remains one of my favorites. We still have our copy because you can't find it anymore. Sentinels of the Multiverse is another one that I'm a huge fan of, and there are too many others to name, so I'm going to leave it at those two for now.
No, that's right. I can only assume that they didn't follow it up with a Gears of War 2 board game. Is it based on the video game or the universe? Or,
oh. Yeah, it's you play as Marcus and Dom and Cole and Baird as part of a squad. I think they only came out with like one, maybe two like small expansions for it, and then it kind of disappeared into the ether, which is why it's so hard to find. So,
all right, prize piece.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, like Ben, it depends on how I'm feeling any given day, but I think some of the ones that I always come back to, quite diverse. I love Codenames, especially the Marvel one. I think that is so much fun. I also really enjoy Battle for Greyport. Again, I kind of like the interaction and how you play with that. And I guess my third right now is Arkham Horror. So I love trying to squash the uprising of the old ones. So
And that needs to be on the dating profile somewhere. You need to be quoted on that. And Samson?
It's so hard to pick one favorite board game. I guess just whatever I'm currently playing in the moment. I don't. I can't think of a board game that I've played that I haven't really enjoyed some aspect of. So they're all my favorites, I guess. I don't. It's a safe political answer, but I just love playing games. So whatever's currently on the table.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm kind of right there with you. For me, it's any game that I can lie in. If I can lie in a game, that immediately becomes my new favorite. And that is Chameleon or I heard Codenames mentioned, and I could be confusing it with something else. Is there a line aspect of that, or is that where all of the cards are laid out, and you're trying to?
Yeah.
So that's where the cards are laid out, and you're trying to determine what's on the other side. So
Or which which
Yeah.
tiles your partner has.
Has-
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
A little bit more thinky than lying, but I do absolutely love that game. That is at least 2, maybe 3 times a month pull out.
Mm,
Nice.
yeah.
If you like lying games and anime, have you heard of a game called Shadowhunters? I'm going to put that in as my third option for favorite board games.
I
Oh,
haven't,
so good.
but I'm putting
So
it in my note over here.
Yeah.
And
Hi-
being the geeks
highly
that we are,
recommend.
we have the American version and then we have a Japanese version.
Yeah.
So,
And there are,
which has a secret 10th character.
it does, yes. So if you're going to buy a copy, buy the Japanese one.
What if I can hardly read English? Is
Well,
that-
so it's in English. It's just it was the version that was released in Japan.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be.
don't know.
Yeah, I would be out of luck as well if it was in Japanese. So, but yeah,
No, absolutely. Well, and of course, we do have a little bit of a larger guest group today. But how do you all know each other? When did you all first come together? I mean, given that there are 2 folks with the same last name, I can only assume a couple of things.
They're both wrong.
I was just gonna answer that question with "we're married" without specifying who "we" is, but no, Ryan and I are married. We've celebrated our 15th anniversary earlier in November. So yeah,
But we met.
thank you.
We met through Gen Con.
We did meet through Gen Con, that's true. We were part of the old Gen Con forums, like message boards, way back in the day when that was still a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
So-
Well, that's what we brought it full circle, I guess.
Yeah.
And then Samson, I'll let you kind of.
Yeah, I met Ben first through a playtest date at a local gaming store and offered my services, and then now I don't let him get rid of me. I'm just always around. So
Yeah, it was a
Someone
really
very-
fortuitous circumstance. I was there. It was an unpub event.
yes,
And Samson happened to be there. He sat down to play Villains and Henchmen, noticed that it was still a really ugly prototype with just basic graphics and type font, or typeface.
Which is much better than the playing cards we were using at the very beginning.
That's true. That was. I think we still have that around somewhere,
We
actually.
might.
Yeah, he was like, "Well, do you need an artist?" And I was like, "I mean, yeah, that'd be great. Like, if you can send me something that you've done." And he went home and he drew up a picture of one of the characters from Villains and Henchmen and sent it to me. And I was like, "Well, that answers that question." So.
No, that's absolutely great. I mean, the game gets thinking of, you may want to go around scrounging around for all of those early prototype copies, because I can
Collect.
imagine people being all over those. Some of the prototypes that I've seen online before have been absolutely crazy. Even for just some of these giveaways for these, it is absolutely insane.
We can
Well-
only hope that it gets to be that big.
Well, can you all tell us a little bit about Ravensdale Publishing and of course, Samson, if you want to talk about any of your solo stuff, please feel free.
sure. Go ahead, Ben.
So Ravensdale Publishing is a small company that wants to publish board games. It's I wish there was a lot more like complexity and stuff there, but so far there isn't. Ideally, I'd like to branch out into doing other stuff as well versus just board games, but right now it's kind of just focused on stuff that we've developed in house and whatnot. So it's just the 3 of us. We did have a social media person at one point who was really great, but she had to move on to full-time work. So yeah, we just kind of been plugging away at it. Not the most interesting answer. Raya, do you have anything interesting to add? Because I'm scrambling.
Oh dear. Oh no. Passing me the hot potato mic.
Good. Listen, if a strong passion is there, it doesn't matter if it's simple. and of course, this is just from my, little bit of cyber stalking that I do before interviews. But what was it like going out on the beach and that
Oh,
that was where you first started creating villains and henchmen?
Well, that's where we
yeah.
first started like really getting into the mechanics and developing it. The impetus was actually something else. I don't know, Ben, if you wanted to share that. Um,
Um, sure. I mean, I don't know if that's,
but
I
I
don't know
want
if
to give
there's a
Samson the
subsequent question that we can talk
yeah.
about. Yeah, Samson, why don't you go ahead and talk about your stuff?
Yeah, so I don't really have a whole lot right now to talk about. I do have a Patreon. I do have an Instagram name. The ID tag is Sour Muse at Sour Muse. For both of those, you can check out what I have going on there. I am working on getting a website set up. I have it set up, but I need to fix some stuff, and then just pretty much focusing on this stuff, getting the game ready to go, and some other stuff that I don't know. Maybe we could talk about some other time, but later down the road. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Focused on
You,
the game.
you can also find Samson pretty much every year at San Diego Comic Con down in the
Yeah,
exhibit hall. So
yeah. I
that's
am. I am at Comic Con every year. Yes,
yeah.
trying to peddle my wares, so to speak. So
No, absolutely fair. No, that's fantastic. I need to start going to more cons, but obviously I have a couple of them. I need to be Rim whenever Rim can't be Rim.
yes.
Well, and this can be just in general. What drew all of you into creating and publishing games? And specifically for me, it is the step from going from simply creating to the fully publishing a game rather than going through another publisher.
Hubris. No.
Don't find new place in the sun.
Yeah, sort of. I think that jump kind of came about because, as previously mentioned, Ryan and I we were on vacation. We were kind of hanging out on the beach, and when I wasn't in the water, I was sitting beachside, kind of like writing ideas down, and we were volleying ideas back and forth and things like that. Um, and by the time our vacation was over, and we had our like really ugly prototype where we used a Sharpie to write on, just regular playing cards, we kind of had that thought, like, this might actually have some it might actually have some standing power, might have some legs to it. And we did a couple little play tests with some people, some local groups we knew. And then, I mean, we just figured,
Why
let's see
not?
if we can make it work. And rather than pitching it to publishers, because that's a whole cycle of frustration and rejection that I don't need in my life. We decided to do it ourselves, because Kickstarter had kind of become a big thing, a platform for board games at the time. So we were like, let's give that a try. So
Yeah, but I think with not going with uh, an actual publisher, I think we wanted to retain a lot of the creative control and sort of the path that we wanted to take. It just seemed really the easiest and the best for us to just sort of forge ahead with our own company and see what we could do. So
No, absolutely. I can absolutely imagine the being turned, like having to put out your game to all these publishers just waiting for a hook. I've seen that happen with a couple of people, and it is not the most forgiving experience from what I've seen. Trying not to throw names out there because man, did it put them in a rut.
yeah,
But no, I love the gumption, absolutely. And this also goes out to a certain degree. What made you want to join in with Ravensdale Publishing or the ground floor where you came in the process?
it really was just playing the demo for Villains and Henchmen and sitting and talking with Ben while playing through the demo. I could, there was definitely a sense of passion for the game. Could tell that he loved it, and it was, very much had a lot of thought into it. It was very much a product of coming from a place of love. And I just, at the time I was like, I'm gonna see if maybe he needs more work. I can get a couple pieces in here or whatever, just to kind of see what's going on. And after initially getting involved and meeting Raya and seeing the teamwork that they have, which it's amazing to watch these two bounce ideas off each other. It's magical. Um, and seeing what they all had, everything they had laid out for their future plans. And I was like, I got to be a part of this as much as possible. So I just turned in as much as I could work wise and just kept pushing forward. So
And
yeah.
all the other artists we were working with mysteriously disappeared right around the same time. I don't know. It was weird.
I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing. You can't prove anything.
Nothing on paper.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, all right. I didn't know that we were working with a man of many talents here. Well, going on from that, and Samson, I think I want to hear from you first. What is each of your favorite parts of the process in creating games or art for you specific?
Well, I'll speak to just the art aspect of it because I think I could probably give the most insight on that. It's the feedback from Ben and Raya that is given, like the idea, the concept is like born from them, and that's given to me, and they give me a lot of freedom to play around with the appearance of it and kind of, I get to flesh it out all in my head. And for me, that's the funnest part. Like I go through a whole process where I'm developing like the character's voice in my head, and I'm having conversations with the character while I'm laying it all out. And I really get like an intimate knowledge of the character through the design process. And I present that to them, and we make adjustments as necessary from there. And that's probably my favorite part is the interaction. So it's really collaborative. I really like it.
I would say one of my favorite pieces that Samson has done is the manipulator card art. That is like it was exactly what I wanted to see sort of come to life, and it was brilliant. And then we had a couple of our friends cosplay as characters from the game, and one of our good friends actually did the manipulator as a costume, and it was fantastic. It was so cool. So it was really amazing. He's so talented that you give him sort of like a prompt almost, and then he comes back with something incredible. So yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's easy. I get great feedback and ideas from them, and I just get to go crazy with it. And I've been lucky so far. They've liked everything. So
No, fantastic. And sorry, I'm trying to get a little bit of that art of it. It's like, I think y'all
Sorry.
hit me just a little bit.
I sent you a few. I don't know if the manipulator was in there, which is kind of an oversight on my part because he's kind of our mascot. I just didn't think about it. But Ryan, do you want to answer next, like your favorite part of the design process?
Yeah, so I really enjoy the conceptualization of a new game. I just kind of observe sort of what's going on around me, and or I'm playing a game and then my brain just kind of goes off like, oh, wouldn't it be fun to have a game that where you had to do X, Y, and Z, and then bouncing that idea off of Ben, he comes back and he adds something, and then he bounces it back to me, and I add a little more, and then suddenly we've got this concept, and then we get into the fun aspect of the mechanics, which to me is another great thing. It's very logical. It's very sort of straightforward to me where well, you have to use this type of mechanic in order to affect what you're looking for. So yeah, those are probably my two favorites.
I also love kind of the brainstorming session, but I think my favorite part is like once Raya has kind of like thrown out an idea and we've volleyed it back and forth and kind of polished it up a little bit. My favorite part is actually figuring out what mechanics we're going to use to reinforce the theme of the game, because I feel like that's a really important part. If playing the game doesn't feel like the thing it's supposed to be representing, it doesn't work as well for me. So that's a big deal for me.
No, absolutely. Just the genuine application of keeping with the general feel of the game.
Yeah.
I've played a few games where sometimes the rules were far more complicated or not nearly complex enough for the setting, and it can absolutely pull you out. And
Yeah.
I feel like that may partially come from the lack of communication. And clearly, there's no barrier for you know, it seems like a really good process that you guys have done.
It's worked so well. It's worked well for us so far.
Yeah. And I was going to say, actually, when you touched upon sort of like the rules aren't complex or they don't really seem to provide a proper structure for the game, that's sort of how we started the whole idea of villains and henchmen. Is we were playing another sort of comic superhero based game. I don't know if I can name names, but it it ended up being that all the players would eventually have the same powers. And so you had no variety, you had no differentiation. Everyone could, shoot lightning from their hands, or they could all fly, or they all had super strength. And it didn't scratch that itch for me to design my own character and play it in a game. And so that's sort
Yeah.
of where the impetus for villains and henchmen came up. And the twist of, well, everyone keeps playing superheroes. What if we played the villains this time? Let's flip it on its head and see what happens.
Yeah.
No, I'm a huge fan of that. Being able to be on the other side, where it's throwing your lackeys. I can't say that I know too much about the game right now because all I have are just some general overviews. But being able to be on that uncaring side, the only reason why people ever want to be in is so that they can be the bad guy. Like, let's just be honest here. And being able to have an entire game like that is just incredible.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and there are a lot of people who kind of gravitate to it because of that. Like when we were first at San Diego Comic-Con to show the game off, we had, when the game room would open, we had people waiting at the door to be like, we're here to play villains and henchmen because I want to play a bad guy. So it was very much like it was very, I totally lost the word I was going to use. It was great to see people be so excited about it.
No, absolutely. See, I'm used to playing the bad character, and of course, my real life D&D. This was just for trying something new. I needed to be lawful good for a change.
Right.
I am absolutely
Clean
used to
yourself
being-
up.
Exactly. You gotta keep yourself clean.
It works on so many levels.
It really does. I love it. I love it so much. And he's a very clean character, which is definitely a new side for me. But it's something where everything has been really well balanced in a board game and a tabletop game where you can just sit down with experienced people and play a game. That is fantastic to me because of course with the freedom of a lot of our D&D games where you craft your own characters, not everyone's going to sit down and play those. There's like card games that you can bust off of the game board cabinet or board game cabinet rather is so accessible. And
Yeah, we didn't want people to be unnecessarily bogged down with having to know comics or heroes versus supervillains. We wanted them just to be able to have some fun with it and really get into sort of the variety of powers that you might be able to acquire and see what that does. So
Yeah.
oh, so you get to keep on. Okay, never mind. I'm going to just have to play the game whenever it comes out. Being able to add some superpowers sounds really fun to me. But I won't make you get too much into it just because I don't want you to give too much away. Not to everyone else. We can talk later. Well,
Well, and we
of
probably
course-
talk your ear off about it, so it's good to rein us in.
Oh, you're all right. Well, other than, I mean, and it can be this one as well, but what are some of your favorite projects that you've worked on? And that means kind of hand in. It can be either like of your main projects you got going on, but what was your favorite?
Well, I'll start this time.
Okay.
I have two. Well, maybe three. Oh, darn it. Okay. So there's one that we're working on called Quest Inc. And that one is where you are adventurers and you are hired on to go complete certain tasks. So it's like we translated an RPG into a tabletop game. And it's very funny and lighthearted. There's just a lot of puns and dad jokes throughout.
Oh, you better be so glad that Rem isn't here. She hates puns.
Oh no!
She, every morning, obviously I work on the ring team. She absolutely hates whenever I come up to her with some dad joke or pun.
Uh-oh. Well, yeah. So then we'll have to put a warning label just for Rem on that box then.
Yeah.
So the next I think is it's a Japanese anime sort of based resource management game, I guess you could call it. It's called Zaibatsu Saga.
Oh, that's a
And
deep cut.
it is. And where you have different houses and things like that. Sort of think of like 5-star stories or maybe even Macross or something like that. It's got some really cool elements in it. But my personal favorite will always be Monster Crush. And that is essentially the dating game, except for monsters. And there you go.
That one might appeal to you because it has a strong bluffing
Yeah.
game kind of incorporated into it.
It is already a part in my running list. What I've got going on right now.
As far as my favorite projects I've been involved in, Villains and Henchmen is near and dear to my heart because it's the first one we've kind of really pushed through to the point where we're just about ready to print it. And another game that we're working on called Acquisition Wars, I really like. It's a much more kind of traditional board game elements, but it's a lot of fun. And yeah, I think those are the two from the Ravensdale Publishing kind of catalog that I'm most excited about.
Fair. About how far away are these, if you had to say? I'm not going to ask for your entire calendar or anything, but
So Villains and Henchmen is at the point where, just waiting on a couple little details. We might be able to have copies available in the next 2 to 3 months. Monster Crush is the game that's next in the lineup and is kind of the next most complete. Quest Inc. is after Monster Crush, and then after that is Acquisition Wars. Zaibatsu Saga has got a lot of moving parts, so that's way further down the road. But
all right.
we've basically like chipped away at some of our future projects when we stalled on Villains and Henchmen for one reason or another, just to keep the creative juices flowing and keep things moving. But we try not to get too invested in them before the first project is done. So
No, absolutely. That's the right way to handle it.
And Samson, sorry, I didn't let you answer what project are you most excited about?
I definitely am probably most involved and excited about the stuff through Ravensdale that we have going on. I've contributed a lot of the artwork for Villains and Henchmen, and I definitely have like a really deep love for the game. Aside from the artwork, it's just an amazing game to play. It's a lot of fun, and the interaction with the other players is insane. There's some really great mechanics that really take advantage of the fact that you're a villain, and I love that so much. But one of the things I'm really proud of is I used to work for Playdeck, and they transferred a lot of board games over to iOS, and I worked on like Flux, um, Ascension, uh, Ready, not what was it? Not Ready Player One, Player versus Player. So some of those board games like we converted over, and that was a lot of fun to do that. It was really interesting seeing how that's all done because it was something new to me. I had never worked on anything video game related at all before, so that was a lot of fun.
No, incredible.
You do have to start looking at whether or not we can convert Villains and Henchmen into an app, but we'll tackle that later.
I know that if I saw that on the Play Store, I know I have to snag it. Especially with some of the art that I've seen from things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, for Villains and Henchmen, were there any games or something in the comic line that you took inspiration from?
Yes. So I will preface this by me saying I am not trying to talk smack about another board game. But the reason Villains and Henchmen came about in the first place is Raya kind of alluded to it earlier. We picked up a game called Heroes of Metro City. Yeah. And it touted itself as a kind of a superhero deck builder where you basically get to create your custom superhero every time you play. So which sounded great. The problem that we ran into is that, like Ryan had mentioned, because it's sort of a traditional deck builder, you start with however many like decks or like superpowers that are available to buy in the pool of possible resources to purchase, but you can only afford the cheapest ones at the beginning, and so everybody ends up picking up a numerous cards for flight. And then once you get to the point where you can buy something a little bit more expensive, everybody ends up with like either strength or super speed. And so as a result, our decks ended up looking very similar, and we didn't feel like we were unique superheroes. So we kind of walked away from it going like, yeah, we could probably do better. And we set it aside for a couple of months, and then we went on vacation. I brought a notebook and was just like, oh hey, look, I've got some notes about this game idea we had, and I just continued working on it on the flight, and it went where it went.
And then we spent most of the vacation
yeah,
bouncing
exactly.
ideas back and forth. It wasn't just relaxing on the beach and swimming in the water. It was, what do you think about this? Oh, let's do a run. And
yeah,
where can we find playing cards?
Yeah, we had to go find like a really out of the way like convenience store in order to buy playing cards because we were on a small Caribbean island that didn't have a whole lot of like shops and whatnot. But in addition to that, Sentinels of the Multiverse is another game that kind of inspired us because, like I said, I'm a huge fan. Ryan and I have played that game a ton, and Samson, I think you've played a few rounds with us too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we got a current run that we need to finish for that.
That's true. Yeah. But for in terms of Villains and Henchmen, as much as we love Sentinels, we kind of use it as like, we don't want to do these things, not because they're bad, but because Sentinels is already doing them so well. So we want to do something very different. So that's why we kind of developed it into being a tableau builder, not a deck builder, and not like Sentinels where you've got a static deck and it's not very modular. So yeah, those are the two games that kind of informed our design process. And then just comics in general kind of influenced the rest of it. I think Samson probably has a lot more to say about the comic books influencing the art side, but Ryan, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you covered all the points that I would have brought up. So
sorry.
I'll just thumbs up.
What he said.
Ditto.
Yeah, in terms of the art, probably my biggest area of influence or my biggest period of the timeline is probably late 80s through like mid 90s. So I take a lot of inspiration from a lot of artists, from that era and from before then. But it was really more just wanting it to look as cohesive as possible. So I just tried to, and I don't know, I don't know. I'll leave it to other people how successful I was on that. But like, I tried to keep it so all very much existed in the same universe. So that was the goal for me, the main goal, and the inspiration was to have. I don't know. I don't want to get into too much, but the goal was like to have, a building block of the expanding universe that was being created. So just wanted to have something cohesive and everything work together all in the same quote unquote universal rule set. So yeah.
No, absolutely. As far as that time frame, what was that? As far as comics go, what was that more in the silver golden age? I'm not too sure about the were you pulling from anything specific as far as those?
More, I think more bronze and modern probably, but I a lot of like the image guys were influential just because I was young when image was formed and they were like rock stars to everybody, so it's easy to be influenced by them. But a lot of stuff that Marvel was doing I was really into, especially late 80s, like X-Men and stuff was so great. And yeah, so it's just I try to, as an artist, I try to learn as much as possible from anybody that's doing art. So I try to study as much as possible, and it's no different for comics. I've gone to comic shops to buy stuff without even looking at, like, I'm just literally grabbing books because I want to learn art stuff. Like, I don't care what this story is. I usually end up loving them too, but like it's more art driven than anything, like study pieces. So yeah, that anything from that era, I've probably looked at it at some point in time. So
Well, if I can jump in, one thing I talked about when we first kind of started doing everything is you're a huge fan of like the Jack Kirby style, like and like the Silver
yeah,
Surfer, like that, all that
favorite
stuff that he
character.
did. Yeah. So I'm really excited for one of the Villains and Henchmen expansions that we have planned, which is like kind of an alien, like extraterrestrial space thing. Because I feel like that's gonna probably translate a lot into those cards. I'm excited to see that. So
Yeah, I can't wait.
Okay. No, I love hearing about what kind of goes into the art aspect of one of these games. It's always really nice to see the bond that happens between these characters and the artist. And I just geek out a little bit too much for it.
There's no such thing. You cannot geek out too much.
Too much. We only have so long of a window. I'm not allowed to geek out that long.
Okay, restrictions. Okay.
time constraints, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, for you, what sets Villains and Henchmen apart as a tabletop board game?
Oh,
I think it's the variety that you yourself will get when you play it sort of over and over. Is that you may get a different sort of archetype, which is sort of your villain origin background that will lead you to make different choices for the powers that you acquire. So I that's what I really enjoy is that you're not necessarily going to go for the same sort of character that you went with the last playthrough, and I find that sort of stands out from a lot of the other sort of tableau or deck building games that I see out there.
Little bit of a roguelike element mixed in there, like it's
Yeah.
kind of every
Yeah.
one is different.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's really meant to have really high replay value because no two games are going to be the same. Like even if you get the same archetype and you try to buy the same powers, there's no guaranteeing that one strategy or one power set that won you the game the last time you played it is going to win you the game this time because you might get a different sequence of heroes or events or whatever that come out to thwart you. And so I really like Raya. I really like that aspect of it. Also, I don't know that I've seen a lot of like tableau building superhero games, especially not ones where you get to play the supervillains. Usually they're deck builders or something more like Sentinels, rather than kind of that tableau building kind of engine. So
Yeah, for me, I think I would expand on that a little bit. I think one of the most unique things about this game is it's from 1 to 4 players. There's multiple settings, and there's an AI in it that is just unforgiving sometimes, and sometimes it's your best friend. And every playthrough, like I've literally played games, got destroyed, and immediately reshuffled and went back in, like it because it's kind of built like that. Like you have to, there's like this progress that you get, and then you get knocked down again, and you like progress and knocked down, and it's just the replayability of it and the desire to like do good on stuff is so high for me on this game, and I think that is unique. Most games don't have that, especially as a one player, like a single player type of game. That's not usually something that you see, so I really love that aspect.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons why we wanted to ensure that you could play it as a single person, as just for one, is because Ben has an infinite capacity to play games 24/7. In his sleep, he will play games. And I actually need a little bit of downtime. I know, kind of a downer, but this way he can still enjoy a game that he wants to play, but he doesn't have to, wait for the moon to be in syzygy with the sun in order for me to participate. So
No, I'm right there with you. There are times where I'm so in the mood to want to play a game, whether that be a board game or a video game or whatever else, where it's like, no, I think I might just do my own run. It's fine, it's fine. I'll just be a little bit mad at me for, getting better at the game without them.
So actually, I'm gonna circle back to one thing you said, Triz, which was kind of like the roguelike analogy, which I had never really considered before, but kind of is built that way. Like we designed powers in the game that are kind of like varying levels of complexity. So you've got some that look like super strength. It's very straightforward. You just deal some extra damage. Everybody can understand it and kind of conceptualize when that would be useful. There are some powers that are a little bit more like specific use case situations that you probably won't recognize how those things come into play until you've played it a couple of times. And so you go through and you do a run with the basic powers, and then you're like, oh man, like that was a really tough situation. That power could have helped me with that. And so next time you kind of like you're looking at these other things that you could pick up in case you run into that same situation again.
that's one of those
so yeah.
the things that a lot of our play testers and folks who come to the game rooms to play is they want to sort of perfect the combo power. They like seeing what powers work best off of which other ones, so they can kind of chain whatever effect they're going for. And so it's always really exciting to see what someone has come up with, or what two powers that I wouldn't necessarily have thought to put together, and they bring them out and do something totally cool with them. So
The like pure amplification from going like, oh, you can be stronger, but your strength also, because of this other power, actually will amp up your speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's fun. So
Well, we are kind of running a little bit low on time, but
yeah, of course.
let's go to what's next for you all? What's next for Ravensdale Publishing?
So we've got a few things. The big thing that's kind of relevant to Villains and Henchmen is we actually, like I mentioned earlier, we're probably about 2, maybe 3 months out from having some printed physical copies available to sell, so people can actually buy them. If you do the hashtag RemPC in the chat, you will be entered into a drawing to win the first copy that comes off the presses. So yeah, that's kind of the big thing for that. You can follow us on our social media stuff if you want to see announcements for that. We're also going to be putting up a free-to-play demo on Tabletop Simulator if you want to get hands on the game without waiting a couple of extra months. Look for that to be kind of mid to late December when that's finished. But yeah, that'll be a thing too. And Samson and I are working on a couple of comics that tie into it, but that's a whole other conversation. If you follow us on our socials, you'll see when we start announcing stuff for that. Babe, do you want to talk a little bit about the next project after Villains and Henchmen is kind of off the line?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've mentioned it a couple of times, but Monster Crush is then really going to be our focus. This one is really just a quick, almost like a party style game. You can break it out if you're traveling, if you've just got a group of friends. We wanted it to be portable and easy to learn, and not too cumbersome. So it's just cards. So you and dice. But we actually have a great little box idea to kind of keep everything together, so that makes it easy to store and to play with. But Monster Crush, I think, we've got a lot of the artwork done. I think then it's really on to sort of the next project piece, which is doing a lot of copy editing, a lot of proofing, and getting sort of the initial prototype prints out, so we can actually see what everything looks like. So, yeah.
Oh, Monster Crush.
Sorry, no, absolutely fair. It was brought to my attention that my voice might have been coming through just a touch funny, but I think I got that fixed up. And just to cap everything off, everyone, where can we find you?
So we have a couple of places that you can find us. We're on Facebook, just search Ravensdale Publishing. We're on Instagram, also just search Ravensdale Publishing. Those are the platforms we're kind of most active on, but we also have a website, ravensdaleprintandgames.com.
That needs a bit of work, though.
It does. It's kind of garish and needs to be updated.
It's already in the chat.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So yeah, that's where you can find us. And then you can also find me. I'm running a kind of a fun little superhero series called Vigilantes Union Local 13. You can find it on YouTube. I think the link will be going up here in a minute, where I'm GMing kind of a custom or like original superhero setting with a group of people on the All on the Table channel on Twitch and YouTube. So yeah, if you want to check that out, please do. We'd appreciate it. Samson, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah. Again, I'm on Instagram, Sour Muse, at Sour Muse. I have a patron, same name. Not really anywhere else in terms of social media for presence-wise, but definitely keep an eye on the Ravensdale social media. We'll be giving tons of updates on like the comic that Ben mentioned and the games, and I can't wait till you guys see what we've been working on. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to game with you guys.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. I don't really have a personal or gaming online presence. I tend to lurk in the shadows and manipulate things behind the scenes. So
he's the power behind the throne. Let's be honest.
The power on the throne. I don't know.
Not too much in that vein. Fair enough. Well, all right. Well, it was lovely speaking with you, and thank you for all the energy and all that you do for the gaming community. And Rem PCs, we'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, and don't forget about that wonderful giveaway of a copy of Villains and Henchmen, which will be sent out here in the next couple of months whenever production has finished. Thank you so much to the Ravensdale team for donating such an awesome prize. Type RemPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget about bonus entries. All funds help to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store at www.remalternis.com/Etsy. Thank you all for joining. Now on to Emerald Glitch, Lost in the Concrete Warzone. See you there, NPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, and that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey there, everyone. Just checking in, making sure I don't still sound like a robot. If anyone could double check that, that'd be great.
You totally sound like a robot.
I feel like I have the cyberware to justify it.
Sounds
I
like
mean-
you have 10 million U's inside your mouth, speaking at the same time.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was so cool. Oh no.
Is your voice mod on?
Yeah, his voice mod is on.
Ah.
Oh man. Can I hear myself, or is we just totally muted now? I can hear myself.
Okay.
Well, I guess I could just talk about our giveaway, right? So tonight, everyone, hello, welcome. You can enter in for a chance to win a copy of Villains and Henchmen tonight. Just type hashtag RemPC in the chat to gain one entry. You can get additional entries for every 100 bits you donate. And if you subscribe right now, today, you get 7 extra entries. The winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. And I guess you guys can get involved in our episode tonight by every time you donate 100 bits, you can give one of us players a NERP that's plus 3 dice to any roll we make. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And if you want to play for the enemy team, you can also donate to max. You just tag whoever it is that you want to give your rewards to, I guess. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Glad to be here. Everyone's laughing at me.
No,
the
we went to
background.
commercial. No, we went
Oh,
back
no,
to
we're
intro.
back.
All right, shh, everybody be quiet. Tyler? Right?
I'm sure that I still sound like a robot or like a million me's right now. I'm trying to fix voice mod real quick. I'm going to route it to voice mod.
This is
I'm down. I'm double decking real hard right now.
All right, you double deck.
We have upgraded from awkward car rides to awkward intros.
Sweet. Let me do my intro. I actually worked on it like 2 weeks ago, and because of my players, like pre-game stuff, it completely is useless. So I'm just gonna say the part that's useful. They completely changed everything on me. Hi there, Gen Con TV watchers. Welcome to another great episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch. I'm your host, Max, from Original Box Set, and we've got an exciting show for you tonight. The group has been split. The meat is in Seattle. The rest is stuck behind the walls of Tir Tarngir. And man, has that lifestyle for them just been something. Yeah, that's it. That's all that I can really use because everything else got thrown out the window when they were like, we're going to do this, not that. Yeah, I'm going to do this. Yeah. So anyways, yep, here we are. Trying to save people. I hope they learned something about doing legwork.
No.
Rachel! Hey! All right. Man. So, just to clarify, we are missing Technosiren for a short period of time. She will be returning. But for right now, we're mostly going to be focusing on our meat team. But I needed to ask those Tir Tarngir elf-loving guys when, after coming out of the blackout, did you decide to try to get that message out? Did we want that to happen the first day afterwards? The second day, which was the day that, by the way, that Technosiren was summoned to her, new job. Or was maybe you guys hooked up with that team, the other group of people who can help you out on about the third day? I'll let you guys pick, like, the time frame for that message going out.
I mean, I would think this is up to our Cole because our Cole's the one sending the message, but I would hope right away, as soon as we could, as soon as we knew it was safe. But
Okay, so the answer I get is whenever it's safe. You are currently in a militaristic country. The peace force, which composes the military and the police force, have this rule: shoot first, shoot second, shoot a third time. There's no double tap, it's a triple tap. And then scrape the body off the ground and figure out who it was. And this isn't like a ah ha ha yeah, no, this is actually how they're described in the lore book. So safety would not come in day 1. Safety would come by day 2. I'm gonna say that after you guys, and I'm assuming you haven't turned yourselves into the peace force either, right? Because you guys are on the run. Or did you turn yourselves in? No? Yes? No. So you didn't turn. So it's probably near the end of the second day you met your new group of friends. And by the way, they are, the word I'm going to use is they are unique. This unique group of friends do have the ability to send out this message. So it is a Wednesday. No. That was a Friday you guys went there, so Saturday, Sunday. It's a late Sunday. You were at the tea shop, and you looked at Steel Tiger and you said, what was it, those words you said, Nova? You muted?
Hi. Please repeat the question. I'm totally embarrassed and now everything left my brain.
Oh, it's fine. So, earlier in our conversation, you guys did some quick role play about realizing that they hadn't reached out to you, and I just want to kind of pick up from that point. Like, it's late, it's on a Tuesday night, a Sunday night, and the rains are starting soon, and you haven't seen these guys. They were supposed to be getting reagents. I cannot remember if they said where they were going. I think they called you guys and left messages on your comms saying, hey, oh, they did. They left messages on your comms saying, hey guys, we're going to Tir Tangier because we learned that that's the best place to get a lot of reagents for cheap. We'll be back shortly. And of course, in that same message, Techno Siren referred to it as a shopping trip. So they all seemed very jovial about it, but that was now almost 2 days, more than 2 days ago.
Ah, yes. Yes, I was sitting in Steel Tiger's shop and I was listening to the tick, tick, ticking of a clock, and finally I snapped. Where are they?
You muted.
Chris's turn.
Misery does love company, huh? Yeah. Okay. So after Nopa says that, Still Tiger is just gonna look up and like, I'm not sure. I believe they're somewhere between here and Tangier. But they are capable. I don't think there's too much need to worry yet.
It's taking them a lot longer than it's supposed to. They should have been back by now if they were just quick about it.
Have you ever been to Tangier?
No, but I can read traffic on a map and it says that they should have been there and back by now.
Ah, yes, sure. But have you seen all the sights of Tangier?
Why are they sightseeing? We're supposed to be blowing up the elevator to Emerald City, like soon.
Yes, that's true. But As you say, you have to stop and smell the roses every once in a while, right?
Every rose they smell, I hope they get a rash.
Dang. Okay. Uh, well, can I refresh your cup?
No, I think we need to head out there.
Okay. All right. That sounds amenable to me. Yes. And he's trying to stay cool, but in his mind, his brain is processing like a bajillion things of what's like yeah, where are they? Like how long it would typically take, such as that. And he goes downstairs into the basement, and he starts taking stock of what he has and what he thinks he needs. He's going to call up to Nova. Have you tried calling them? Can you try to reach our Cole or Convoy to see if they actually need help?
Uh, sure. And I send like 5 question mark.
And while
Sign.
So you guys are not in the pan right now that Archold normally generates. So your comms are by themselves. So you can send a message to his pan since you know the generalized, you have a link to it. But it just says sending. So that means the pan is offline. You could send a message to Arcol's number or Convoy's number or Techno Siren's number. You see how the pan is its own phone number? And then each comm has its own phone number. So you could individually fire off, but when you send it to the pan, it just says loading, as if the pan's not up and running.
I don't understand this new interface. Steel Tiger, it just keeps saying that it's sending, and it's been sending for a really long time.
He must be running silent or turned his pan off for some reason. And that gives him some kind of pause. And so he's going to call his bike from his secondary location. And so it's going to take a second for it to travel from the garage he has in another part of town for it to get to the tea shop.
Okay.
And he's going to have it run in chameleon coding mode the entire way, so hopefully no one notices it.
Of course. Do you have a SIN attached to that vehicle?
That one is actually attached to his original SIN.
Does your original SIN have any special subscriptions to the toll bridge, toll highway, kind of like high-speed transit system in the city so that it goes faster? Or would the bike be stuck to just using normal highways and normal byways?
He has Bounty Hunter. He has actually.
This would not be a license or anything. This would be Chris saying, "Yeah, totally, I pay for that in my lifestyle."
Of course.
Okay. Then yeah, it will be here in about 15 minutes from almost halfway across the town, as it jumps up onto the toll bridges and whatnot. You gather some guns and start moving things around and thinking about the legalities of weapons in Tier Turn Gear. Your PMAX appears nearby, and as you start questioning her about the legalities of what not can be taken, she starts pointing at a variety of handguns and how these would be something that doesn't require a license because this is her profession. She starts pointing these things out and whatnot as you're trying to handguns, heavy pistols, small pistols. Machine pistols are a no. Single shot rifles are a yes. Multi-shot rifles are a no. Heavy weapons are a no. She also says that she knows that the police and the military are the same. They call themselves the Peace Force. And they have their own line of guns created by a Sylvan gunsmith company called Elder Grove. And so she starts bringing you up some stats of it. And while she's looking at these stats in AR with you, you notice that the tea shop has an online waiting order. Doesn't really matter too much until you realize that order is for a what was it?
Tier Tangier.
You just posted it. I saw it appear, and I
a sweet tea, Tier Tangier style.
Like it. So imagine you're looking at AR, bunch of guns floating around. She's pulling them apart, talking about stuff. Little flashing icon. You see it, like, yeah, an order. I'll take care of it in a minute. Until you notice that what the name on the title of it is.
Okay. He's going to call up to Nova. It's like, do you have anything with Camille and Cody?
Nope.
Okay. Give me just a second. And there's going to be like a montage of him like taking off the suit and whatnot, and he's going to walk towards the closet. He's going to put his palm up on it, and a biometric scanner's going to open up and he's going to, you're going to see the red samurai armor, or the mil-spec armor from a couple sessions ago. And he's going to clad up in it. He's gonna put a sword in like the magnetic sheath that's on his back, and he's gonna walk up to the top of the tea shop, and he's going to offer Nova her coat. Offer Nova his coat that he typically wears, and he's gonna put it on there, and he's gonna be like, when the ride gets here, this will be helpful to keep us concealed.
Does that thing clomp when you walk around? Like, is the footing large enough that when you walk, it goes clomp, clomp, clomp? Like some sort of weird heavy armor cyborg thing?
No, it's the medium version. It's not the heavy. It's not
because I've seen the heavy version, and I'm just like, is that what he's trying to tell us he's got?
No, he's got the medium version. So it's still it's robust, but still quiet on his feet.
Okay. Electronically as well as physically, right? Because the heavy version isn't meant for quiet; it's meant for destroying tanks. Or, yeah. Okay.
Do you have what you need?
Yeah, ready to go.
Yeah. Hopefully, Hopefully, there's just not going to need to be a lot of fanfare. But hopefully, we can get in quiet and leave quiet. Oh, were you saying something?
You guys couldn't hear me for a second. Earlier, I said, Max, do you say that to all the ladies? And never mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if it depends on the lady, I might. I don't know.
Fair enough. No.
Yep.
Sorry, still figuring it out.
So the transport arrives, given 15 minutes or so. What do you guys want to do in that short period of time in preparation? It is from Seattle down I-5 straight to Portland or Cartier. 2 hours and 45 minutes on a normal driving. Now, I've looked at your bike stats. I'm thinking you could probably make that in about an hour 50. You could probably easily knock off about a good solid hour and 55 minutes worth of time by driving ridiculously fast down the highway, because it does have a really nice high top speed. But at the same time, it's what do you want to achieve And how long do you want to take to get there is the real question. Did you want to do any legwork on the way there? Did you want to make any kind of plans? Because there is going to be a border you're going to have to cross. How are you going to cross that?
Still Tiger's going to put his EBR away since multi-shot rifles are no, and he's going to grab his Otonari Rhino Hunter. It collapses, so he's going to twist it apart, and then he's going to store it on either side of his bike, and then he is going to start doing some research onto like different routes there. If there are walls, how high they are, and where they are lowest / thinnest, stuff of that nature. And then he is going, hey Nova, can you work on looking for I don't know, like checkpoints, possibly number of typical Peace Force boots on the ground, etc. I know it might not be exact, depending on the situation we're in, but I just want a general idea of what we're running into.
Yeah, sure. And I get 2 hits worth of information.
Oh, would you like me to make a roll of any kind?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
No, you get to roll whenever you want to. You can roll your dice now or roll your dice later. You've just got to, if you have a question, I'm going to answer it. And the answer I'm going to give you is basically toward generalization. If you want something deeper, you're going to want to choose the dice roll that you use to resolve the situation. So this matrix perception of a 2, there's a chart. Let me find it. I love charts. That's a lie. I hate charts. No, it's the truth. All right. Matrix perception is here. Nope.
I don't have matrix perception, so
it's just an electronics plus logic roll.
Wow, Steel Tiger, I can't believe you're trusting me with looking stuff up. Usually you leave that to the guys. I'm really excited to use this new search method I learned.
You know what they say, any port in a storm, you know?
I don't know.
That saying is before even your time, I believe.
Well,
right?
then I definitely don't know.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, no.
Almost.
Seriously, you've proven yourself to be very capable. I have no doubt that you can finish this up.
Thanks. I used to be able to track down ex-boyfriends really easily.
All right.
Ex-boyfriends?
Dead? What? Why are they dead? What did they do wrong?
Boyfriends?
Yes.
You've never had an ex-boyfriend or girlfriend or friend?
That chased you through 2 other states and you had to hide from them and call the law enforcement to keep them from grabbing you and dragging you into their truck because she weighed almost 280 pounds and was a big girl from corn-fed Mississippi?
Never heard of her.
Max?
Yeah, that happened.
You need to unpack something?
Oh, no, dude, that was a long time ago, man. She was... Woo! 2 successes on your matrix test tells you that Tir Tangier has checkpoints at a variety of locations throughout the city. Yeah, Rachel, I'm good. It's another story. We should get to hang out at some point in time, have some beers. I'll tell you all about it. She was something. When you look through the information, there's something about someone called has to be or has to be. And because of her or whatever she did, there is turmoil in Tir Tarngir, and they have areas in Tir Tarngir that are not technically under Tir Tarngir control, and those areas are blocked off with checkpoints. So some of those places are in Portland. So yes, right in Portland, there are checkpoints. Oh, you know what? This is really important too. What was it? Where is that? What is that piece of paper? Oh, there it is. One of the earlier messages that you guys did get says something about Kiki's Emporium or something like that. It was in the texts from the pan.
Okay.
We should head toward that place.
Sounds good. Was there any information about are there walls around Tintangier?
In some places, yes. Not all places. Kiki's Emporium is behind some of these walls.
Okay. Is the bike here yet?
Yeah, the bike's here.
Okay. Hop on. He's going to put his palm on the hood, or I guess hood of the bike, and two compartments are going to slide open, and he's going to get in the back, and he's going to be like, "Have you ever used an Ingram before?"
Never heard of it.
Okay. As you get in, you're going to notice that there's some fire controls in the back. And at the back there, above you, kind of like a scorpion tail, there will be a giant, there'll be like a giant 3-barreled machine gun.
This is wild. I used to work out of a van.
Van down by the river?
Yeah, I used to work in a team, and we each had our own bike. And he's gonna kick it up.
Huh.
And he's
You're like
gonna
a
put
go gang, huh?
a gang, I guess. It was more, a highly trained special ops unit. We each had our own bike because it was easy to get away, and we could meet up somewhere somewhere later. But yeah, biker gang, that works. And and he kicks it up, and he puts in the coordinates and starts heading towards the Kiki's delivery shop. I mean, not Kiki, what was it? Kiki's what?
Emporium?
Yes, Kiki's Emporium. You lay it in, and the artificial reality brings up arrows, begin pointing in the direction you need to go. What is the name of your PMAX Steel Tiger?
I called her the Major, or Taisho, or something.
So the Major appears at this point in time as you guys are heading that direction. She brings up a 3-dimensional map in AR along with you, begin kind of showing you the layout of Portland itself. This seems to have caused problems, and these are the areas, and so she's kind of like going over. Portland is a rather sprawling metropolis. You can see growth in some areas where other areas have been left behind, very similar to that of what you've seen around Seattle. So it feels familiar. The difference is like in Seattle, the Redmonds have all of those encapsulated areas, and it's generally there. But here you can see it's here, there, and spaced out. And she's able to show you these walls within the city of Portland, outside, and so on and so forth. Some of them are kind of mazy. But then she brings up the point that coming down the highway straight in, because you asked about alternative routes without giving me a dice roll. So I'm just going to tell you what the major will give you with her 2 free successes. Coming in through the highway, there is a toll booth that crosses the road, a border patrol, basically. Oh man, the word is there. When you go to the border, it's there. You got to go through it. You got to stop and then ask you. Yes, a checkpoint, a border passing checkpoint right there. And she will point out that the only way you get through that border at that location is by going through a check-in process where they assign you a sin for entering the country as a visiting subject.
Okay. I don't want to do that. So, is there any way I can try to Nova, or I can try to hack if there's any nearby cameras and see if how many and where people are over nearby walls?
Yeah, of course. I'm sure that the major could go ahead, be there now, get some recon, and come back to you within the moments. Because, like I said, at your top speed, it's going to be an hour and 50 minutes of driving. And that's another question. Would you be going your top speed?
Yes.
So you're talking like an hour and 50 up towards like 2.5 hours. That's kind of the range we're looking at. So she's got time. She can do recon. She can go there, get some images, come back. They're not going to be the best, but she's going to get whatever is free because she is not one of those hackers. But she also will ask if Nova can allow her PMAX to help the major out so that 2 will be much easier than just 1.
By all means.
The major, this artificial woman in AR, bring your PMAX out so that the both of us can go get this recon faster.
My sure. How do I think I got one. I think our Cole gave me one. I've never turned it on. What do I do to make it come out?
The major looks to Steel Tiger. She doesn't know how to use your PMAX. You've never turned it on, so it has no experience. We don't have time for a fresh start on someone. This is not the place for that. Steel Tiger, I'm going to go do recon. This isn't a situation I need to deal with. And then she's gone.
Okay. And he was like, oh, yeah, of course. I forgot all about that. All right. Well, what experience do you have on breaching strongholds or infiltrating or exfiltrating?
I love it.
Well, usually there's like a mage involved, some invisibility, or like, just using a fake sin and, getting in and out.
Okay.
Old school is what our Cole would say, the prehistoric way.
Have you ever been in a
Absolutely
situation?
Jurassic.
I've done extractions before.
Okay. How did you typically run it?
Yep, I'm alive.
I mean, I know the proof is in the pudding that you're successful. I mean, like, do you typically assimilate into the populace, or Do
Oh
you
yeah,
get
I
full
mean, usually I blend in, like whatever, just like follow the rules until you can't follow the rules anymore.
Oh, okay. Uh, yeah, no, we typically just got in there and did what we need to do, and hopefully got out before anybody noticed us.
Oh,
Uh,
so are you telling me we're not going to go to the souvenir shop?
Not this time.
Oh, okay. Well,
My plan is this is a weird all-terrain vehicle, and when I say all-terrain, I really mean all-terrain. Uh, 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 my plan is typically, if we had time, we'd go through the normal channels, blend in with the local populace, get correct sins, and do what we need to do quietly and under the radar. But I feel that they're in some kind of trouble. So we're my code name for this is the Ram. I plan on just running up the walls with this.
okay. Do I need to like double buckle in or something or?
No, no. Gecko grips tend to distribute the force necessary, but yeah, you're strapped in as good as you can be. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Okay. Well,
Um,
before we get to the border, could we stop for like an ice cream?
Absolutely not. You're not getting an ice cream over this military tech. Are you serious? Do you know
Look,
how much money?
I've done a lot of work, and I'm not gonna waste food or anything. It's not like I'll spill it everywhere.
This thing is capable of 4 lateral G's. It's not up to you whether you spill ice cream or not. I can go up walls at 160 kilometers an hour or whatever. I do sharp 90-degree angles. You're going to tell me you're going to guarantee you're not going to get soy cream all over this tank?
Yeah, sure.
All right, he's gonna pull over to the to the nearest I don't know what soy burger whack Donald's or whatever it is.
It's just what's this? Star Calf? Get a frappuccino. You got ice cream there. Well, you're in the wait line. Major reappears.
I'm not going in the drive-through. We're in camo mode right now, so he's gonna pull over. He's gonna pull over to the like the nearby like alley or like gas station and let her out if you'd like your soy cream by all means.
You're not gonna be on the. We drive up and people are like, the bell just went off, but there's no car there. What's going on?
To impress upon everybody, I'm essentially driving up in the bat cycle that isn't cloaked, and she wants me to go through the drive-through.
Right?
They have guns all over the thing, armor plating, and like all sorts of stuff. She wants to go to Dairy Queen
through the drive. Well, so I'm assuming you drive in a way in which allows you to avoid being detected by any local cameras, and then you park a distance so that she can then walk over to the Dairy Queen. Sounds like it'd be the Soy Queen, right? Soy Queen.
Soy Queen. Soy Empire.
Ooh, it could
Gender
be the
neutral.
Soy Monarch.
Yeah,
Soy
Soy Monarch. There we go.
Also, remember Krill is an option too. Krill substitute. Soy princess.
Won't get that. Not the krill, please. Just the soy. Extra frozen.
Ooh, potatoes are another thing. Anywho, potato ice cream. Yeah.
Just a swirl of potato, please.
So
I'm Southern. You can't make fun of me like that, all right?
When she steps out of the motorcycle or steps away from the vehicle, the major reappears. I have some good news and bad news. I'm going to give them to you in that order. There are plenty of walls that will be able to ascend on both sides. They are very small. Unfortunately, there is a military depot 2.5 kilometers up the road. And I identified it based upon previous knowledge and contacts that I just reached out to. By the way, you owe me 200 new yen so that I can pay them. There's a military depot right there, and they have tanks in case of a military incursion, because Tir-Turnjir has invaded UCAS before. So they have a standing battalion there. And so we have the great possibility, if we get seen as a high potential threat, they might call out heavy firepower.
Understood.
So my best suggestion is we avoid the toll booth and go through the back roads and look for something else.
Okay.
Might take us longer, but that's what I've got.
Okay. Can you give me accurate scanner ranges or reported scanner ranges for the vehicles listed?
At the military depot?
Yes.
No, that's going to cost way more than 200 new yen. How much do you want to spend on this?
How much does it require?
I don't know. I'll go check. I mean, she disappears.
Okay. For your information, I have 42,000 new yen left.
Correct. You probably didn't even have to tell me that one, but she's going to come back with a number nonetheless at the because I'm assuming, based upon the way that we built her, she has military contacts, and that's what her purpose is to be that short form between you and some of those older people that you used to know.
Yeah.
Robert Loper said, "Your PMAX is writing checks your credit account can't cash." All right. So when you return to the military cycle with your frothy soy latte, the major reappears. 2.5K, and I'll get a lowdown, and I'll look for whatever is necessary. She holds out her hand digitally. There's an icon there. Scan your cred stick, and I'll get the info.
Yeah, he scans his virtual card.
Boom. A database appears, begins scrolling by, and she's like, armored motorcycle, high-speed attack tanks. And she's like, look at these things. All she's showing you are names, but the names mean more to you than just a bunch of words. They have 12 tanks located at that facility that can travel up to 200 kilometers an hour, even over semi-rough terrain. Not terribly rough terrain, but semi-rough terrain, like getting on and off the highway kind of stuff like your motorcycle can do. That's intercept speeds. And it's armed with light machine guns and a heavy energy cannon that is meant to immobilize vehicles.
Okay.
All that's cool. That's what she brings up first, but she also wants to point out there is do you remember your Wormbreaker that you've got? Wormbreaker is a line of weaponry. There is a helicopter there that is sporting a Wormbreaker autocannon. So she wants to point out that those vehicles sit there as well. They're prepped in case a dragon invades. Because you know how that works out. When a dragon invades, they just take your land. You don't have a choice in it.
Okay. All right. So he is going to take all that information and he's going to try to triangulate or plot a course where he could go up walls and evade the scanner ranges of all of these high performance tanks, and try to plot a course to Kiki's Emporium.
Sure. All right. this is great. It's going to fail unless you roll some sort of skill check. I'm just going to be like, nope, you can't do it. You got to roll dice. What are you going to roll? What skill do you want to use?
I want to use. Yeah, I lean a lot on. I lean a lot on the computer for the
Right.
the mic. So I guess I'll roll the computers. Like the biggest one's the targeting. I have 6 in targeting, but I guess the most the one that makes most sense would be maneuvering. So I guess I'll roll the Diamondbacks maneuvering for this.
Okay. So you want the Diamondback to calculate, like you're going to tell it, don't go here, don't go there. These are the ranges. Tell me which way you think is going to be the best way. That's actually the Diamondback's piloting. So you're going to let the pilot make its call. So it's going to be pilot plus its device rating. I think that's what the word would be.
Okay. I don't have a device rating on the Diamondback. Pilot maneuver.
Then I would use your piloting plus maneuvering.
Okay. So that would be 7 dice. So I'm just gonna... Six and 1. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits.
Okay, the Diamondback plots out a course based upon what it knows it's able to do, and it's mostly veering to the left and taking the left side of the toll booth, driving into possible in oncoming traffic, over that wall into a ditch on the other side, riding that ditch, and then coming back out. The area right there is a rest stop, and so it wants you to drive over that wall, through the ditch, into the rest stop, out the backside of the rest stop, through some dirt roads that are part of like the maintenance utility thing, and then back out onto the highway. All at over 160 kilometers an hour. Some of those turns being close to 30 to 35 degrees at times, and on a dirt road.
If you can't trust your equipment, why do you have it? I guess. And he just lets it, lets it do its thing.
All right, so you pre-plot that in. You made 5 successes. All right. When the Major sees you do this, she goes, I get it, but are you willing to go through with that? Do you want me to assist it in any kind of way? Do you have any other plans? Is this all we've got going for us?
If you can assist it, by all means, please. I definitely don't want to run over someone at a rest stop, but
I can't. I don't have the ability to affect the toll in any kind of way. Did you? This is Max asking Chris. Did you bring any heavy weapons with you? Yes. No.
Well, I always have a grenade launcher and a automatic shotgun and some machine gun on my person at all times. They're on my limbs.
Right. They're concealed inside your limbs.
Yeah, and then the bike has an Ingram Black Knight heavy machine gun on the back, and then it has 2 ride-ins on the front. So
What is your grenade launcher?
My grenade launcher in my leg is here. No, not here. Arms. I have the Armtech MGL 12. And it is modified.
Armtech MGL 12. Oh yeah, that's great. What do you got currently loaded?
I currently have nano grenade, so I can switch the grenade function to what I need at the moment. And then it has why can't I expand this thing. All right. I have zap, so it can turn into zapper, noise grenades, incendiary grenades, high frag grenades, high explosive grenades.
She will point out that there is a power station on the right-hand side. You guys are going left. It's on the right-hand side. Based upon the grenade launcher's ability and trajectory, she points at the power housing because you can tell what it is based upon the aerial information where the fencing's at. She's like, if you fire an explosive followed by 2 shot grenades, that might take out the power to there and reduce their ability to see us as we go through that area, therefore increasing our chances to make it through. But you're going to have to take out that power station. And she believes the grenade launcher is going to be the easiest to do that with.
Okay. How far away are we from said station?
Doesn't matter. You pick your range because you will be driving at what speed? Like 160, right? What was the speed that it can climb walls at?
Oh, I converted it to American, but it says like 250, so I thought it was like 250 kilometers an hour is what, like 150, 160, something like that?
Yes. So you get to pick the range, and it has, I don't remember what it's like. There's close, near, medium, far, and I forgot what the one past far is. But the MGL 12 has a far. Do you and you have you have the skills to identify how hardened the structure is.
Okay.
So but you need to make a perception roll, and if you can beat 2 successes on a perception, I'll tell you what the defense value for this structure is, and then that could help you pick what range you need to nuke it at.
I got 4.
Okay, it has a defense value of 8. So if you tried to hit it to the farthest range, which has an attack value of 4 or 5, the building's going to gain an edge. Now it can't use an edge, but if you got close enough to where you gain an edge and you utilize some of your edge to, that way you ensure that you're successful. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I gotcha.
So it has a defense value of 8 because of its structure.
So it goes close, near, medium. So medium's my best shot.
What's your medium?
9.
Yeah, so at a medium range, you have no penalty. At a far range, the next one over, you have no penalty either. But you don't have. But if you're at the really extreme range,
it's a negative.
You know, there's no negative. It's just you don't.
They get an edge, yeah, rather.
The building technically would get an edge, but you would also be a pretty far distance when you shot at it too.
Yeah, so I would go to not extreme but far range.
Okay.
I would actually hop off the bike, and then
okay.
Because the way my leg is set up, it's kind of like a mortar in my knee, so it'd be kind of awkward to try to fire it from a moving from a moving bike without messing it up. So
you do you.
Yeah, he's gonna park. He's gonna have it idling. If something happens and for some reason I can't get to the bike before people show up or anything, make sure to get Nova and to the rest of the team. And
sure.
Yeah, he's going to going to explosive and then 2 zappers.
Yep. And then spray fire the building from a far range. Other than stopping the bike, are you doing anything else to improve your chances? Do you have any gear that will improve your chances? Like being wireless and so on and so forth?
Yes, it would be wireless. I have what time of night is it? I have both low vision, and
Yeah, I'll
thermal
give you an
vision.
edge for that. And if you use your bike for supported fire, I'll give you another edge.
Sounds good to me.
That'll give you 2 edge for this roll. So you need to do enough damage to destroy the structure of an 8.
Okay. So here we go. Boop. So you said high X, so the damage would be 8 with 6 hits, 14.
6 hits plus the 6 from 8 from that's 14. All right, let's check this out real quick. I've been trying to read over the structure stuff because I felt that this was going to be a thing. Explosives are designed to blow holes through barriers, but not all explosives are created equal. Isn't that great? Commercial explosives are designed to blow stuff up. For grenades, rockets, and mortars, use the close range damage when determining structure damage. Our close range damage was 8. We did that. Cool. All right. So it says, as long as the damage value is at least half the structure rating, the weapon creates a 1 centimeter diameter hole. Okay. And you did 14. And it's an 8. So that's well over half, right?
Yeah.
If the base damage value is more than half or equal to the structure rating, the hole is 2 centimeters in diameter. Okay, well, we're past that. If the base damage value is greater than the structure rating, the hole diameter grows by 1 centimeter for every point above the damage value greater than the structure. So, what did I just say? 2 centimeters plus another 6. Gosh, that's silly. 8 centimeter hole? Is that, am I getting that right? What?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I can't put my bike through that.
No, you can't. But the goal is to semi-automatic burst 2 of those electrical grenades into the actual building. So that the first one blows a hole in, the second 2 fly in, and they shut the power down. Not like the explosion doesn't get everybody's attention, but it's the 2 shots after that that turns everything black. All right, so it's an 8 centimeter hole, and I'm going to ask you, you've blown the outside off. There's a hole now, it's about 8 centimeters, and if you can think, a ruler, which is a 1 foot, is 30 centimeters. This hole, all that, it's just, it's like, maybe this? Yeah, that's not how, you made a hole this big, now put 2 more grenades through it. The defense value for that hole is going to be 2 points higher because you're trying to shoot through. Not going to change anything. But I still need you to get at least 2 hits to get those next 2 grenades through.
All right, here we go. We're going to go with... So we got 6 hits. So with Zapper would be 12.
Well, the 2 grenades will go inside, and they're going to do 6S stun to the power individually, and the structure of the power box is only a 2. So we're not worried about doing, it can only take 8 boxes of damage, and so the power goes out. Big bada boom, lots of electricity, some sort of Tesla coil looking shooting out all over the place. People go, ah, ah, and the whole place goes black, including the rest stop on the other side.
He's gonna put the grenade back into his leg, and he's gonna hop onto the bike. It's like, all right, let's go.
Okay.
And start heading off.
Are you back there sipping your milkshake?
Yep. Filing my nails, just reading a magazine.
Can we make her make like a composure roll or some kind of make sure she hasn't spilled anything over?
I brought napkins.
Okay.
I grabbed napkins for this occasion.
She brought napkins. I'll give her edge bonus of an edge point for bringing napkins
Should
on
I-
this
should I
milkshake
roll-
experience.
Athletics for like balance? Or do you want me to roll composure? I'll roll composure.
Yeah.
Well, also, did you get a milkshake or did you get like, you know, a concrete mixer where you can tip it upside down?
Oh,
difficulty.
Yeah, that
I mean, I wanted a soft serve swirl.
How about
Okay.
just make your athletics roll? We'll set the difficulty at a 2.
I'm gonna use that nerf that Mr. Robert Loper gave us.
What?
At 3.
Yeah.
This is very critical time. I want to
It
prove
is.
Steel Tiger wrong. That like I can eat an ice cream in his car. I eat that ice cream so good. It.
I love it.
All right, you got it. You got it. Maybe next time you can even put sprinkles on it.
Oh, there's sprinkles on there, bud.
Nice.
You know it. I work at Stuffer Shack. Okay, I know what's up. I know how to make my ice cream.
I hear you.
All right. The motorcycle. We're about to go for a break here shortly. The motorcycle zips toward the barricade. The vehicles, the few of them have stopped because now with the power out, those coming through have stopped because they're not being let through. All the gates have come down on both sides. Cars with their headlights on, people honking, all sorts of confusion. A few drones are zipping here and there that still seem to be active, but they've lost their way, sort of. The motorcycle hits the base of the wall, which is slightly angled, and it just starts shooting up. It doesn't take long before you scale the 8 meters worth of wall and go flying over the other side. And the motorcycle is aiming for the ditch. It hits the ground, it slides, you're letting it control. The gyroscope is definitely keeping it under control. It whoops back up, just like this quick swoop, back up onto the little access road that leads toward the rest stop. And as it does so, you've cleared the wall. An indicator is on as you've come back up onto the road. It's telling you at that last briefest moment that a laser has targeted the back end of your motorcycle and that there is an icon traveling perpendicular from the right side straight toward it. But that's all too late. A massive electrical EMP blast gets let loose by one of these defense drones who are still functioning somehow, and your motorcycle goes dead. All right, you're going to take 9 stun, Steel Tiger, after we get back from our break.
Alrighty.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. A link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
action. And action. And action.
Okay.
Anything? Are we there? Are we started? Hey! Hi, everybody! Man, he does that. We got her, bitch! Ooh, she showed up. Cool. We're just gonna jump right back in. The motorcycle gets hit by this pulse of data and information, starts popping and frying a couple of circuits. The motorcycle slides. You both need to make an athletics check. Steel Tiger, you are at a -1. You just took 4 points of stun damage. Do you have anything else to mitigate stun damage in that manner? Like some sort of shock absorbers or...
Yes. My cyberware allows me to ignore up to like -6 or something on dice rolls.
From stun?
Yeah. Here. It is a damage compensator. Ignore RT damage boxes, physical or stun or a combination. Up to 8.
Excellent. So you have taken 4 stun, but you have no penalties. But you all still need to make an athletics roll to still operate. Or it's for one, not lose your milkshake. Just need the bike's auto gonna stop in its place. Good.
I got an 8.
Great.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, the bike and the two of you in the bike all got hit by this disruptive wave of electrical data or something, and the bike comes to a stop. And Steel Tiger, you've taken a little damage. Nova, you seem to be unaffected. The bike goes into emergency stop mode, and there is a release mechanism ready and active. If you grab it and pull, the doors will open. Otherwise, you're still encased inside the motorcycle. I will defer to Nova.
Soy cream is life. You must protect it at all costs. I get out of the vehicle.
All right. Pulling on the handle, the side slides open. You're stepping out into the darkened streets at Border Patrol for Tarngier. And hovering in the air above you, there is a rotary drone that has some sort of modified flashlight-looking thing that is belting out kind of a squelching noise, at the same time some flashy bits. Your AR is filled with stuff. It's kind of like gross amounts of data or something. You're not sure, but it looks non-normal data. You're not sure what you're seeing. But it's causing Steel Tiger and his motorcycle issues, but seems unaffecting to you.
I just kind of put my hands on my hip while I'm eating my ice cream, hand on hip, and I look at the vehicle like a dad would, and just be like, "Yep, it's broken." I slap my hand on the hood. Yep, took us for miles.
That's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's not going anywhere.
Steel Tiger?
Yeah, Steel Tiger. Do I need to shoot this drone?
Not yet. And hopefully the camo's still up, so she's not just literally out there eating an ice cream cone.
It's pitch black out here. There's no lights.
Okay.
The cameras are all off. You took out the power. I mean, this drone probably has a link, but if it gets destroyed, then, right now there's no matrix out here that anybody can relay to, so, because it just got destroyed.
Well, in that case, then it will just bring more attention to us if you shoot it with a firearm, right?
Maybe.
I mean, who's it gonna tell? No one. Because there's no...
On the second round of it still blasting you guys, Steel Tiger, you're going to have to save against another 9 stun damage, and your bike continuously gets fried by this data stream energy crap. Since you guys are having this talk here, and this drone is still zap, 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 zap.
On second thought, yeah, go ahead.
Dude, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like that? Are you okay?
It interfering with my systems, and yeah. So you said another
9 stun.
9
It's
stun.
meant to knock cyborgs out.
I shoot the thing.
So 3. So you're at 7 stun.
Gotcha.
I rolled a hit. It's not moving because it isn't that. It's got a defensive value of 6, and your attack value, I assume, is way over 6.
Yeah. Here.
That doesn't tell me your attack value.
Predators. The attack value of predators are. That's not fires. Nope, that's a fudge.
Where's stuff?
Ares Predator 6?
It's the new one that you gave me from that mission, so it's a 15.
Yeah, you definitely get an edge bonus from that. We'll hold on to it for now. And you rolled what? Yeah, so more than enough. 8 hits. And the damage on it is 3p. The drone doesn't have any extra protections. It's going to see that the gun is being brought up, so it's going to attempt to become evasive. I'll give it a perception first to see if it realizes what's about to happen. Mainly because it's dark, it doesn't have good sensors for what's going on. So its piloting is 2, doubled that to being a 4. I'm looking for at least, because it's dark, I want 3. Like, it has to get really good. Got 1. It has no edge on this, though. It's not going to dodge. So you do a full 11 damage to it and blow it to pieces. Boom! Drone falls to the ground. The gunfire does make a bit of light and noise, but for the most part, it's just a couple of seconds before the beam stops. And the way that you resolve this data damage is you have to reboot the pieces of cyberware that have become damaged. Your total number of blocks is what? Like, what's the most stun you can take? 8, 9?
Me?
Yes.
I can take 11.
11, and you took 7 out of the 11. That translates into 3 pieces of cyberware that you have. Whatever 3 piece you want to choose, you have to turn them off and turn them back on. You have to cycle them. The same happens automatically. As soon as the beam stops, your bike starts cycling back up. It's only one device, so it doesn't have to worry about all the rest. And once you've power cycled the devices, that stun is completely gone.
Okay.
So in the meantime, it's like your arm is not responding. You're like, turn it off, turn it back on. Okay, we're good.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll start rebooting. The Windows 95's booting up.
Boo boo boo.
You want some ice cream?
No, thank you.
It makes me feel better.
You know what? We only live once, right?
Yeah, here, I didn't lick from this side. I turn it around.
You guys pile back into the motorcycle once it's booted back up. The last of your cyberware has had a chance to reboot before you tear through, following the arrows laid out by your piloting computer. The drive from the toll is the last 45 minutes toward Portland. The roads are dark, and as you are in stealth mode, at some point, 3 SUV Peace Force vehicles shoot in that direction. About 10 minutes into the drive toward Portland. They don't see you. The lights are flashing and everything, but they don't see you. As you two zip through traffic heading toward Portland. Between where you're at and where you want to go, which is Kiki's, there is one checkpoint. How do you want to approach it?
I would ideally, I'd like to avoid it altogether.
Okay. Do you want to utilize your wall climbing abilities?
Where it would be safe to do so and not obvious or
Sure. Now it is roughly around 11-ish, midnight-ish at this point in our game. The top of the walls are covered with barbed wire. How is that going to affect your motorcycle's gecko gripping?
I'm not sure. Like it has run flats and gecko grips. I'm not necessarily certain how to work in conjunction. I know I'm pretty confident it probably wouldn't stop it immediately, but it might do some some shenanigans over the line. But I'm not necessarily certain if it would
I am, and so would the major be.
All right.
It's going to get tangled up in the tires, so you're going to have to use the bike, find a different surface, and launch yourself over the wall, and hopefully use your gecko tires on another surface. So you need to be able to figure out where there's a wall on this side that lines up with the wall on that side. I don't know how you're going to do that, but you need to tell me how you're going to find a wall that's on this side that lines up with a wall on that side. And then it's just a bike piloting roll and stuff like that.
Okay. You said that there were walls in some parts, right? Are there walls in every
Correct. Surrounding this area, there are walls all the way around it with barbed wire, and in some places gun turrets and spotlights. And the gun turrets point in toward the area, not out.
Actually, so you said that they're gun turrets?
Yep.
Typical convention would state that they're not barbed wire over the actual turrets.
You are correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Good catch.
And you said that
they do point in. Yeah.
I will drive over the back of a gun turret.
Do it. All right. So, are you going to let the bike do this, or are you going to drive it?
I will drive. Ooh.
If you do it, I'll give you an edge to make this roll successful, because that was awesome for you to figure that part out.
Okay, yeah, I will take control over it, even though the bike itself is a way better pilot than I am.
But it doesn't get edge.
It does not get edge. Okay, so yeah, I will take control over it. I'll use the force.
All right, so it's your piloting skill plus your intuition. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's reaction, right? Christian, it's reaction, piloting plus
reaction. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I do not have a piloting, so unskilled use plus my reaction. All right.
And you get to use edge in any way, shape, or form. You got a +1 because you're taking advantage of the gun turrets. So if you want to pre-edge, post-edge, however you want to work that.
Okay, so I will do that. Here's the +1. Boom. 5 hits.
Yes! All right. You take a beeline toward the section of the wall where the gun turret is at. Because your vehicle's nearly invisible to the naked eye, no one really knows what they're looking at until it's too late, and the motorcycle hits the wall, goes up it, flies over, and the back tire, as it goes over the gun turret, smacks into the gun turret, taking it off the top section of the wall, and actually slightly cushioning the fall on the other side as you guys drive into this condensed city area, twisting and turning, to finally come to a rather packed parking lot filled with what looks like RVs, campers, cars in a grocery-style shopping lot area. And there, on the front of the building, in red, colorful letters, the words Kiki. And they're closed because it's midnight.
All right. He's going to hazard to send. Oh. But yeah, he's going to hazard to send a message back to the email delivery nearby.
All right. So you open your website. Boop, 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 boop. You bring it up. You bring it open. It's looks like a typical order and whatnot. And there's an address listed. And so you respond to this email sender by saying this.
Delivery incoming.
All right. Meanwhile, at the Tir-Tangier Liberation Front, inside a collection of warehouses, you guys have found yourself amongst an eclectic group of do-gooders and individuals who are fighting the good fight against the oppressive nature of the Elven Prince's Council. From a variety of humans, orcs, and elves, maybe a few trolls, there are a lot of fae here as well. Some that are magical beings, such as satyrs and pixies and sprites, to those that are just goddamn well scary. Yes, I got to use the D word. Gosh darn well scary, as something called a red cap. Some sort of high-speed speaking Irish thing that has razor-sharp pointed teeth and... Yeah, pranking each other and whatnot. They're talking about getting you guys, because you have this really big truck, to help them tear down a section of wall in the Portland area to help free people who have become entrapped inside that portion of Portland. The police force has locked it entirely down. There are about 450 people living in that area, and they can't get out because there's apparently terrorists who live in there. And so they want you to take your truck and its big old massive meaty arm and rip that section of wall out. And so it's late. You guys are planning your hit like soon, like within the hours or so. And Arcole, the cyberdeck sitting nearby, and I don't know if you're awake or asleep. By the way, you're on day 2 of no BGS, man. So...
What's that giving me right now?
You're at a -1 for all actions. Not only are you hungry, you're tired, you're grumpy. So just imagine that you're grumpy. Everything is grumpy. You're hangry.
That's me like half the day, Max, and I operate just fine.
Well, okay. Then just be yourself.
Fair enough.
What's the difference?
I don't know if the rest of you guys have slept, but he can't physically lay down and go to sleep. That's just something he starts to fidget. Coffee seems to be the benefit. Maybe a slap patch or two will kind of put him right. That little med bot that you have, the little med drone that you have attached to him, either it goes to him or you every once in a while send it over to him to kind of give him a pep up. Because he has to hit himself with a trank patch just to kind of keep going, and then long hauls. So... Arcole, that cyber deck.
Long hauls? I'll do that with you. Yeah, let's go.
Go for it.
I think I'm the only. I want to run out. I probably only have 1 pack on me. I'm going to run out.
It's all right. I'll hang out with the just with the drone for a bit. If that's all right with everyone, just in case I don't think there's going to be too much of any other problems. But what is the message that comes through on the comm?
There was a response to this cyberdeck's message being sent to the tea house. Delivery inbound. Boop. It says TS delivery inbound. The drone then pops up. Caution, cortisol levels suddenly dropped. I would be careful. Whatever you're thinking about is giving you distress. Would you like to receive another trank patch?
Absolutely. and then immediately
Slap.
after that.
Boom! It pumps you up full of drugs. Ah,
Perfect. All right, I'm relaxed now. I go freshly medicated, and try to group up Convoy and Techno Siren, in their efforts to try to clear this debris, and let them know that our delivery is incoming. It's on its way.
What did we order again? I'm over in the corner taking pictures of myself with the sword.
We ordered some very special sweet tea, tiered Tarjin style, from our favorite tea shop, just to make sure that nobody overhears our conversation.
Right. I'm with it. Yeah. Will you take a picture? I need better angles. Just one. Just a minute, Convoy. I'm just sorry. It's really important. Then we can do your thing.
What do you need?
Never mind. I'll
so
figure it out
confused.
later. I'm
Boys.
just taking selfies. I listen. What were you going to say, Convoy?
When it was just sent saying that it was on its way. Now I technically still have Steel Tiger's motorcycle on my control rig.
Yes, you do have its address listed on the control rig when it was through the pan. That doesn't mean that you have to have the pan up. It just means like that's the connection. So if the pan comes back on, it would try to auto link. But if the pan's not there, you would have to kind of like force the link to happen.
Gotcha. So we don't want to turn on the pan though, because then we're gonna.
No, you don't have to. You could take your RCC and then tell it to link up to his bike, and then there would be like a direct link between the two of them. If that's what you're talking about, that can happen.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to see if I can see where it is, if it's nearby. That's what.
Yeah, it's at Kiki's.
Ah, okay.
All right, Steel Tiger. A foreign device has attempted to access the bike as you guys are trying to figure everything out, and you're standing there. And a foreign device has tried to access the bike. It is listed as an RCC control device. It's trying to basically call you to see, kind of hook up for the purpose of like a pan. And this same number is the same number that was in the pan that our Cole made. You never put in saying, oh, hey, this is, Convoy's RCC. So it just comes up as a series of numbers, and there's like an association going on.
Yeah, he tentatively makes contact with it.
You accept it, and that's when you, of course, all right, you now know where that RCC is sitting at. You have a location appearing on your map.
He's gonna talk back to Nova, and he's like, hopefully this is Convoy, but be ready.
Do you always operate on hope?
Rarely, but I guess old dogs can learn new tricks.
All right, taking your motorcycle and heading through the arrows that are appearing, guiding you toward the RCC. You are very aware that he's getting closer because in your artificial reality, you can see the numbers ticking down as the vehicle is coming towards you, vice versa. And so as this is taking place, and it says like, a few 100 yards distance, and then maybe there's like some turning and everything, and the rate changes and whatnot. The squat, half dwarf, half elf, the dwelf, looks to you and goes, Mister, can you help us? We can pay you. We need to go soon.
Look, we're just getting a little extra meat for the job.
Me for the job? I don't know what you're talking about. We gotta go. You said you could help us. That's why you're here. That's why we let you use our cyber stuff, right? And he points over to the cyber terminal. Every single person here is some sort of weird, fey kind of thing. The amount of tech knowledge they have is dwarfed by the tech knowledge that Technosonic has. She is light years beyond these guys. They know how to build a fire, live in the wilderness, and frolic. Comlinks blow their minds. They know what the things are. They know how to pick it up when it phone calls. They can't do beyond that. So he's like, well, we need your truck. We need to go now. What are we waiting on?
Well, we're waiting on a couple more members of our team. That's all.
You didn't say anything about this earlier.
I wasn't sure they were going to be here in time. And looks like they are.
We can't pay you more. We only have so much.
Well, that's all right. I mean, look, we just want to make sure the job gets done and we get out safe. That's all.
So one of the other nearby fey-like creatures, it's a dude. He's got horns and goat legs. He goes, does this mean they're going to be added on for free?
So Abuelita over there is giving me the stank eye. Convoy just sees how angry she'll be if I don't ask for more money.
Nova's ears are like burning hot, like someone's talking about her or something, and she's just like, something's wrong.
Now look, I realize you're short on new yen, but you know, I'm
he
sure
looks
there's...
at you really angry when you said short because he's a dwarf, half dwarf, half elf, and he's looking up to you.
But I'm sure there are other ways. You know, you're rich where you're poor in some ways. I'm sure you're rich in other ways. Certainly, there's something else you got in plethora.
Maybe. We got some of these crappy reagents.
I'll be like, okay, quit taking selfies. Come over here.
What? Sorry, I'm sorry. What?
If you wait, I will get multi-angles with all my drones. If you just wait until we get out of here.
A whole photo shoot. You got it. And I put my phone in my pocket. How can I help you?
Now they're looking to pay us a little with reagents. Can you take a look at these? See if they're usable?
Leah, show me the way, my guy.
All right, so they will pull out very rustic-looking, like leather pouches that look handmade and stuff like that, and in them they will produce varieties of trinkets revolving around feathers, glass beads, crystals, and whatnot. And from your skills, you can definitely tell they're offering to add in for the assistance of your 2 extra meat. We're gonna say 30 drams of reagents. Now you guys already have 6,500. For what you need for Isaac. Sorry, Icarus.
So in terms though of like how much it would be worth in new yen so that I can communicate with my friends.
200 times 30.
I'm an actor, I don't do math.
6,000.
Thank you. I see. I don't need to do math. People do it for me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I take a minute and I'm like, I pick up one of the glass beads and I'm like, wow, these are just beautiful. You're collecting these and you're gonna share them with us. These are great. And I look over at my friend Convoy and I go, they are great. And
Excellent. The dwarf seems very happy. He points over to the pixie and says, if you guys are going to do it for the new yen, the cyber thingy, and the reagents, yes, just that would be great. We appreciate you. When is your people going to get here? Like, we're afraid to act without the too late because of the peace force.
Well, they're about, what'd you say, 100 yards away?
Make something up.
Yeah. Well, there's they'll be here soon. They're
we can hear the engine right now.
Yeah. No, it's we probably can't.
Not a hunt. Yeah, no, it's stealth.
Fair.
If you can, it's already in the building with you.
Yeah.
All right. So, at some point you guys are within the 50-meter distance of a pan to be activated and go into stealth mode. Do you want to include them once they're within that range?
Oh.
Or do you want to wait till you make visual contact with them?
Are you asking me or that?
I'm asking our call.
Yeah, I was assuming me. For the sake of kind of being in terms behind enemy lines, I would like to wait until I make visual confirmation with them, or yeah.
All right. So the fiendish-looking, sharp-toothed red cap begins sniffing the air and says, "Fresh blood's getting near," and starts heading toward like one of the doors. You guys, of course, can see that they are like 20 yards away, and you know that this old warehouse has one road coming up it. So a lot of these fey creatures do have good sensitive sight, hearing, and smell. That doesn't step outside the norms for them, but for normal people it does. And so, do you guys stay inside and let the Fae go outside to meet your friends, or do you go outside with the Fae when they start heading out? Because they are not waiting. They're going to go out, meet, take up defensive positions that they know somebody's coming.
I'll go out.
Yeah, I'm going.
All right. The Fae come out with guns, shotguns, pistols, whatever. There's this adorable little pixie with a holdout that's the size of a hand cannon to her, but she's got it. And she's fluttered up into some little tree branches, and she's holding on to it, braced herself and whatnot. When it fires, it's probably going to like throw her shoulder out or something, but she's trying. And you guys can see the dark, shadowy form of the motorcycle coming down the dirt road toward the warehouse. Steel Tiger and Nova on left and the right side, old buildings, broken glass, dirt and whatnot, road, dead plants here and there. This used to look very respectable, but it's definitely fallen into disrepair and disuse. Ahead of you, through infrared, you guys can see about a dozen or so targets. Most of them have taken up some sort of hiding position. Most of them are smaller than a humanoid or a human. And a few of them are uber tiny and flying around. But two look very similar, infrared and whatnot, because I assume both y'all have infrared. And the bike does too. Arcole and three. Arcole, Convoy, and Techno Siren stand in the opening of a courtyard amongst one section of this warehouse complex. And one of them is waving now.
All right, y'all. Safety's on. This is the rest of the crew.
I'm going to have the bike idle, and then we're going to hop off. And then once Nova clears the bike, I'm going to have it do a silent patrol, no more than 2 square kilometers.
All right.
Run on silent, like obviously avoid patrols, but be on standby in case we need you.
Okay, the motorcycle closes up and drives away.
I take out my flashlight and I Morse code hello.
By the time I see them, I've connected them up to the pan, and just kind of shown to the rest of the Fae that they are part of our, original crew, our pan, they're usually in it. There's a history there.
All right, they just stare at you as you start talking words that they don't understand. The goat-legged person looks at you and goes, "That sounds all real great and everything. None of it makes sense."
They're our buddies. They're here to help. They're working for the dirt.
Right, the meat. He pokes the dwarf and says, "This is the meat." The dwarf is like, "Yeah, all right, great. he walks up to you, Steel Tiger. This dwarf has got like big old nostril hair sticking out of his nose and ears, and all combines into his mustache and this like broad, orangey, crispy, sharp thing going across his face like some sort of weird hair halo. And he reaches his stubby, long-fingered hand out, his fat, long-fingered hand's like, "Good to meet you, meat."
Seal Tiger is going to take his hand, and then he's actually going to sit in Seiza, which is like kneeling down. And he's going to kind of give like a little curt bow. Pleasure to meet you. So he can like, talk to them eye level, right? You said
because he's short, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just like, "Oh, I'm not royalty. You don't have to do like that." And to some Fae, you probably shouldn't do that kind of stuff. They might take it in a weird way. And don't give them anything. Don't give them anything. If they try to give you something, don't take it.
Okay. I appreciate it. Appreciate the tip.
Come on! And then he looks past you. "Oh, hey, a milkshake."
Hi.
"Did you bring enough for all of us?" "I'm joking."
You can share it, and I just handed it to him.
He hesitates for a moment to take it. "Are you Irish?"
No.
Okay, good. And he takes it. Wouldn't want to get cursed or nothing. And then he starts licking on your leftovers of ice cream as it's over. It's kind of crazy. It's like 2 hours and that stuff isn't completely melted all the way through.
So
You know,
is this
the
like
wonders of future nutrition.
I mean, we can
now
do
is
that.
is this like does this bring back memories for you, Nova? You get a real milkshake? Did they have real milkshakes back when before you got froze, or?
We were on soy.
Oh, okay. So you didn't come in through the front gates then?
No.
They got real ones. They got real milkshakes here.
That doesn't sit well if you don't have it for a really long time.
I know. I was just saying. They have.
Are you trying to cause a problem on this mission?
No, I purposefully avoided the cheese fries for that very reason.
Good. Soy fries. That's the way to go. When you're on a
these
mission,
were real
you eat
fries.
soy. Oh no. No.
This was days ago. It's past.
Oh, okay. You had time.
Literally and figuratively.
Oh gosh. Yes, no new foods on missions.
Well, what happened? Why are you guys still here? We expected you like a day or two ago. I thought this was like a quick in and out.
Well, it was gonna be, and we were all on the up and up. We had no plans of getting into any trouble, and then this out of nowhere, we got roped in with these freedom fighters, and so then we got a wanted tag on us, and completely innocently, we did nothing wrong. We were just trying to get away from some grenades. And then
I'm looking between the two of you and his long drawn out story, and then her going, "We have jobs." I'm like, what?
and then Techno might have stole a sword, and then
which has been very non-casually on my shoulder because I want Nova to see it in particular. I want you to be impressed by me. So.
It's been 2 days since Arcole has had any restorative sleep, so he's just got the bot on his back, just bugging out. Like he is.
Your
not,
cortisone levels have dropped again.
He is not comfortable.
Your hemostatic pressures are increasing again.
They came up and asked if we could help them with getting they said to make Tartagine better, and so we didn't have much to do waiting around for you, and so I ordered
Cortisone
food
levels have dropped again.
and so
Please,
I ordered
calm
the
down.
sweet tea from the
I light 2 long holes and I hand one to Arcole.
I'm gonna need one too. Good grief.
Caution: long holes can lead to cancer, lung cancer.
I mute the warnings from the little bot.
Arcole takes it immediately.
Okay. So you overstayed your visitation visa, and you are now members of Dear Tangier. Is this what I'm putting together?
It's more like a wage slave sort of situation. Like we didn't pay our debt
So they're
before
keeping
time
you.
was up, and so yeah.
What is it?
So now they're like,
fight for
you work for us now until your debt's paid.
Why didn't you just pay your debt or leave?
They didn't tell us when it was due. They just let us buy stuff.
Well, it's 12K a day.
So how much is that?
In 3 days? So 36?
Well, two and a half, right? Or 3 days? Okay.
Yeah, it's a buttload. That's how much it is.
It's more than enough. Hope for TT.
Why didn't you guys just drive out? Just keep driving.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, there's a bunch of big old walls between us and getting out. And also, like, we were running from grenade launchers and an army. So we thought we'd lay low and we'd eventually be able to walk out and drive out of here, but nah.
How much money do you
We had to go silent because they were chasing us, and because we went silent, then we started gaining the fees, and then by the time we came back up from hiding, it was too late. They had already...
Well, burn your sins that are burned and
we ain't
throw
got
them away.
no sins.
Throw
We just
them
gotta
away.
get out of here.
The ones where they say that you belong to them, throw them away, and let's just go.
Well, they're brand new sins. Like, the sins exist here, right?
They
Okay, then leave them here.
Well, that's fine. We can do that. We just gotta get out of here.
Okay, well, let's go. Get in the car. Let's go.
But you can't. You've got a job to do, the dwarf says. And as he breaks that moment of like attention, Steel Tiger, there's a young, pale-skinned boy, and his big doe-like eyes are looking up to you from underneath his top hat that's tattered and bits of whatnot fuzz, and he smiles at you. And he reaches out to your hand, and he produces and handing you a leaf. This innocent-looking young man wants to give you a leaf he found on the ground.
Don't take that.
Convoy says that under his breath very quickly, too.
I use my sub mic.
It appears in everybody's vision. Don't take that.
Yeah, he was reaching out, and as he says that, he remembers what the other guy just said, and then he was like, "Oh, so what is this for, young man?" Before he takes it,
the young man smiles, and he has more teeth than he should, and they're shaped wrong. They're wider and all pointed. As he smiles at you, they move on their own.
Skid scaps. Go, go, go. Shoo, shoo.
So you don't. He runs. As soon as you start making those high-pitched noises, he starts running and laughing at the same time.
Steel Tiger, I think you're cursed now, but we'll get back to that later.
No, I didn't read anything. I was just asking what. Okay. That's a future problem.
I mean, look, we do have a job though, and it's a paid gig.
Oh, how much?
Well, we got about what was it again? Sorry, it was 6K in reagents, but
6K in reagents, a old busted cyber terminal that you guys used to call Steel Tiger, and 1,800 worth in Nuyen to tear down a wall with your truck. That's it.
That's it? That's all we're getting paid?
So 1,800 Nuyen?
What do they want one of us to blow the wall down and the rest of us watch? Like, that's not enough for all of us.
well, that's what they got, and it was more of a supply and demand issue at the time.
You didn't promise these Fae people that we would do this job for that cheap without asking us.
No, there were no handshakes. I was just seeing if there was more, if we could get more.
No, Nova. We also get dirt.
Dirt as in land?
Like information?
No. Like reagents, just like dirt. Just like real dirt though, like dirt. He's still like super out. Just
You may have to go to a hospital when we get back.
he's like pale in the face and about to pass out. Just I don't know what you're talking about. Just but that we fought so hard for dirt. Now we're just getting it.
He's not getting any of the money, and I want half the yen.
It's mostly in
Dwelf
range.
looks at you, and Dwelf reaches out and touches your hip, Convoy, and goes, "That's perfectly fine. I think it's good. I think I get it. I think I understand. Our problem is small compared to what the problem you see. You see this problem as small. We don't. This is huge to us. And our payment might not be okay. But blah, 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 words, words, words." And he starts talking. Make a willpower plus intuition save. Nova.
Oh, okay.
Your target number is 4. He starts talking some pretty words, too.
Okay, here's willpower, intuition, submit 3, and then I want to spend to change my 4s to 5s. So there you go. That's 5 hits.
Yeah, he's definitely he's convincing you, or at least he's saying just garbage, but you're feeling that the deal was good the way it was, but it doesn't seem to be lining up with what you're thinking and what you're actually hearing.
Okay, whatever. We'll do it. Just stop talking. We'll do the job really quick, but you're taking nothing from us.
Of course, and he reaches his hand out for a confirmative handshake.
No handshakes.
He turns to Convoy.
Phase don't work on handshakes, they work on words. I know how this works. Words have power. I'm not touching your hand.
He takes a step over to Arcole. He's like, "Not a problem. I want a handshake from at least one of you guys. Come on."
No.
He holds his hand out to Arcole.
I slap his hand.
Whose hand? Arcole's hand or his hand?
Arcole's hand.
All right, fine. Honor your word. But can we go now? In your truck to the wall and tear it down?
I need so much information right now.
I'm riding in the bike.
We'll tell you on the way.
And I'm sure we didn't make the same mistake we did before coming in here, and that we've done the legwork to understand what this wall that needs to be taken down is, correct?
Yeah, I have no. Yeah, I was about to say, like, what wall? How big is it? Like, how many people are on the wall? Like, I need some information.
Those are really good questions. Wow.
We need. Okay, and he's just gonna like.
The Dwelf wants to get in the truck now and start driving.
Yeah. And
So does the goat leg man.
He's gonna look at Nova and he's like, from now on, one of us is always with these guys.
You can't let kids go off on their own.
All right, they need a chaperone.
Mm-hmm.
All right. At this point in time, all the Fae seem to be heading towards your truck to get in or on it in some way, shape, or form. The child with the top hat comes back and climbs into the back of it. A couple of pixies and fairies fly all over the place. One of them placing it in. 2 of them placing themselves onto the front roll bar itself and hanging on in front of the grill, riding on the front of the truck where the headlights are at.
I can't believe you guys let Timmy the Tooth McPherson in the back seat of the van.
He's in the back of the truck, not the actual cab of the truck.
Okay.
He's climbing up there with where the arm and the drones are at. And then he's climbing
he
up.
crawled into the back seat of the truck, and I was like, I can't believe.
No, in the bed.
Right. The Dwelf sits there and says, all right, so as everybody's getting in, there's the satyr, the guy with the goat legs, and some pixies and sprites, and then there's the red cap who climbs in the back, and the Dwelf says, our scout, Scooter's coming. Scooter, y'all see shadows move? and then some shadows break away from some other shadows and run underneath the truck. He's our scout. He'll get over the wall for us. All right. He's ready to go. You always getting into who's not riding in the truck? One.
Yeah. I'll ride in the truck.
All right,
I
so
don't feel safe outside of the truck right now.
all right, so Nova, you're the only one riding in the motorcycle.
Now, Nova, do you want are you going to drive, or do you want me to drive? Do you want me to have the programs drive so you have your hands free?
I mean, Steel Tigers, so.
Oh, I said I'd be in the truck. I'd be in, not the truck. I'm sorry, the motorcycle too. My bad.
You can be in the truck. And... All right, cool. Now I get it.
Yeah.
Drive across town takes you guys to a section of underground tunnelway that allows you to drive out through a series of checks that the Fae seem to be under control of. And they keep yelling as you guys, like, you get to a point, they're like, okay, we'll open the next part. And it's like a short little ramp up, like, freedom to TT. And then you guys drive out into Portland, back away from the barricaded walls. And then it's a good 20 minutes of driving out and around Portland till you come back to one of those walled sections. Military vehicles are at checkpoints at the entrance for this part of Portland. It seems a lot heavier than where you guys left. When you arrive there, the Dwelf, who we're still going to call Dwelf, he probably has a name, but he doesn't want to give you his name. And in fact, he hasn't even asked you guys' name. And you can understand why. Right? Mm-hmm. Everybody just nod if you understand why you don't give a Fae your real name. Cool. Yep. We're all on the same page. You're all so terrified of these creatures, and you should be, because they are scary. You get to a section, a couple like little side streets before you come to a stop. The Dwelf looks to you and says, there it is. And it is a section of almost innocuous wall. It looks like every other section of wall you've seen. It's the same size. There's nothing different. It does have a pretty sizable crack in it, though. Like, it has been, like, the mortar's cracked. The brick can be seen a lot easier. And maybe it's not structurally sound. A couple of grenades aren't going to do anything to this. Maybe a rocket launcher, but your arm should be able to tear into it pretty easily. The Dwelf leans out the window, after it rolls down, of course, and it says, Scooter, go over the wall and see if everybody's ready. Let them know it's happening. It's happening, Scooter. The shadow shoots out, hits the wall. It doesn't go over the wall. It goes under the wall through its shadows in the darkness, just like sliding underneath it in some sort of weird magical way. Is our mage doing perception in the astral, or just like, nah, it's good? Yeah? Okay, yeah. The creature discorporates. You can see that it seems to be half humanoid and mostly made of like some sort of gooey magicalness that when it hits the wall, it's able to separate and go through cracks. So, yeah, it's definitely on the scale of weirdness there. It disappears on the wall. By the wall, the walls are thick enough you cannot see through them astrally. You'll have to fly up and over. Above the walls, though, there is a mana barrier. You knew this, of course. So once you're inside, you can't... There's a massive mana barrier that keeps people from seeing in and seeing out. It takes a moment, and then this scooter creature comes back out, forms into like a humanoid-esque shape outside of the truck and in some sort of darkish sparathiel. It says, "It eamo telianas," which the people who speak Sparathiel says, "They are there," or "I have seen them there at the place," in more of a direct description. "I have seen them there at the place." The Dwelf looks over at you and says, we're good. We're good."
If we're good, I'd like to just There's a crack in it, right?
There's a crack in the wall is 3 meters in height, and the crack runs from the top all the way down to almost a half meter above the ground.
Is it big enough to stick a grenade in it and set it off?
Sure, but like I said beforehand, the wall is too thick for damage of a grenade to do much. Plastic explosives is another thing, but I don't know if you guys got any of
I have a satchel charge.
that. Ooh.
It's a rating 15 explosive package.
If you want, do you have demolitions to set it off with? You're in the motorcycle right now, pulling out plastic explosives. What is people in the truck doing?
I just have exotic weapons.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get an eye. Are there like turrets around? Like
Nope.
what is? Nope.
Walls, barbed wire. That's it. The nearest turret is about 15 meters to what would be farther up the road from where you're at.
Can I?
Hey, Arkle, can you look up a manual on this thing? If I give you the product type and the manufacturing information.
That is exactly what I was going to go for.
Demolitions runs off the engineering skill.
I don't have that.
You can do it default onto your logic.
Oh, okay. Woohoo! Okay.
Are you going to default on your logic demolitions while inside the motorcycle? You ever seen popcorn pop inside of a tin can?
Yeah, I'm gonna go set it up on the wall and stuff. I get out of the vehicle
Okay.
and set it up. Arkle, read me the instructions.
Arkle, what you'll be allowed to do is I will allow you to make a engineering plus logic roll and share that with her. Or you can go onto the Matrix, look some information up, and get yourself some bonus dice with a Matrix perception to do your engineering logic roll. But you'll have to go onto the Matrix, and we already know what, you know.
I definitely don't want to set off any alarms right now.
Okay.
I can take a look too, if that helps.
Is tannerite still a thing at this point in the future? Is tannerite still a thing?
It's a type of explosive. Most likely, yeah, but she's got a block of C4. Some really archaic stuff here.
What was the roll one more time, Max?
Engineering plus logic. Does anybody else want to do anything before she devastates this wall?
I'm definitely going to take pictures in front of it. And I get some of the Fae in here with me. But I'm not just doing that. I'm keeping my astral perception up to watch for if anything is like coming. But I'm definitely taking pictures. Like, yeah.
Okay. Click, 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 click. Hey, come over here. Take a picture with me. Click, click.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to blame it on the sleep deprivation as to why I rolled a 1.
Do you want to use any edge? No.
That edge. Reroll those fails.
See, the thing is... Oh, okay. So what, it's the plus... It's one of the plus buttons?
Yeah, it's the plus sign. Like, just the
Yeah.
plus sign by itself.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. I still got 4 edge.
There we go. 5
Okay,
hits.
that's better.
Okay, I got this. This is going to be great. How many hits? How many ones did we end up getting here? Where's it? 1, 2, and then when the reroll happened, it didn't get any higher. Well, that's good. So the dwarf, as you guys are like, I can help and whatnot. The dwarf's like, what is she doing? What is she doing? What is she doing? And the goat leg guy's just like, I don't know. I thought we were going to use the arm. It looks like she's putting putty in there. And the dwarf stops for a minute. He's like, putty. Putty. And he looks to Convoy and Arkle. Arkle's like doing stuff. And he looks to Convoy. He's like, putty? I don't know, guy. There's people on the other side of that wall. There's people on the other side.
No, hold on. There's people
And
on the
so,
other side of the wall.
and so Arcole's like, okay, you pull out the little silver thing, and she's like, Now you push the button, and it starts going dee 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 dee. Now stab it into the putty, and you pull it back to stab it. And he goes, no, wait. Push the button again. Turn that part off. Don't stab it into the putty when it's flashing. And you go, why, Arcole? Why do I not stab it into the putty while it's flashing?
Because it's going to explode as soon as you do.
So you unclick it, stick it in, twist it. And Arco's like, okay, I can activate it remotely. And that's when Convoy goes.
Hold on, don't blow it up. There's people on the other side of there.
Well, tell him to back up.
There's people in there?
Not in the wall.
Hey, I'll talk to the dwarf and be like, hey, can you tell him to back up?
Scooter! And he yells at the little black shadow that then shuffles. Go! And it shoots through the wall again.
Gonna be a big boom.
He's like, that's why we wanted the hand. The hand was going to be so much easier and quieter. Maybe hiring you people was the wrong idea.
Like, you paid X amount of dollars, you get X amount of dollars worth of work. Here we go.
Is this the cheap end of the scale? The Walmart version of you guys?
Not even Walmart version.
If you wanted Fortune 500, you gotta pay Fortune 500 money, okay?
Yeah, you said 1,800 and some dirt. No, this is Circle K level. This is.
Yeah, this was expiring anyway.
I mean,
all right,
this might not work.
So you stab it in, prep it wireless, and you guys tell the people on the other side to move. They do. Scooter comes back, tells you your moves.
Technosiren, do you have any spells like to dull sounds or anything like that?
Oh, that's a good question. Because I know that there's also a spell to like go through walls, but I don't have that one, and I don't think I do, to be honest. Wait, I have Hush.
You do have Hush.
I do have Hush. How?
And Hush works on.
Please.
That's what I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
It's an illusion spell. Oh, here it is. Hush gives targets the silence status with the number equal net hits sorcery magic. Alright, so silence descends upon the targets, making them unable to make noise even if they tried. And silence is a touch, and Hush is a touch. Let's see.
So could I touch the bomb? Like real quick, like touch the bomb and hush it.
I'm checking. Let's see.
Can you do all
so
this stuff
silence works on
silent?
Hush makes a target silent, and silence makes a target silent even to microphones. So Hush is going to make it to where people can't hear, but the silence spell would make it to where people and microphones couldn't hear it.
Well, that would be cool if I had it.
So if you cast Hush on it, people will not hear it, but microphones will hear it. And just like in Seattle, there's probably some sensors in the area that would hear the pop go off.
Yeah, it's not going to be totally silent, but I can help. I can help. Maybe.
I mean, they won't know what direction it came from, right?
Also, the original plan was to knock it down anyway. It was going to make noise, so.
I feel like
anything. Wall is not silent. Although, if I touch the wall with a Hush spell and it falls, does it make a noise? Wait, yes, it does. We just talked about that because it has to be silence for it to be totally silent. Okay, we're here. I'm all good. Am I gonna shush this bomb?
Yeah.
Right. You're going to roll your sorcery plus your magic, and the net hits basically represent how you have the amount of hits. If you get 5 and the bomb's damage is 500, you only block 5 of that noise, basically.
Okay. I can't just click the spell. I have to click sorcery plus my spell.
You can click you should be able to click the spell. That's how it's supposed to work.
It didn't work.
It did. It should.
Oh wait, no, it's asking me about modifiers. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any modifiers? No, I don't think we have any modifiers.
And I can wait. Is this one that I can ramp up?
Wait. Did you attune to the sword and spend 22 karma?
Yeah, absolutely. I
That
was
gives you-
attuning to that.
That gives you 2 extra dice, so you do have a +2 modifier there.
Nice.
You can also drop some reagents. Each reagent, remember you're getting paid 30 and you have like the 6,500. Each reagent is an extra dice too, so that's a +1, +2 modifier that you can toss in there up to your magic rating. So if your magic rating is 5, you can put 5 reagents, which is 5 extra dice.
So bad. We can spare 5 little jars of dirt, right?
Yeah, right? I don't know. That's you guys call.
We have like over 1,500 right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like more than enough than what we needed, right?
Yeah, plus these 30, which we were not even a part of our original shopping spree, and 5 is whatever percentage of 30. So I'm doing it.
Yeah, that's great.
So you're doing 5. Your magic rating is a 5, right?
Yeah, it is.
So you got 5 from
Oh
the
no, I'm sorry. My magic rating is 6.
So you can have 6
I'll
plus
just
the
do 5.
sword.
We talked about 5. It's fine.
So you're doing 5 plus the sword, which is another 2.
Which
That's
is
7 plus 7 modifier to this
That's
roll.
7. Yeehaw.
Yep.
That's not me. That's 7 hits. That seems good. Question mark? No.
Yeah, no,
Your
it's
edge?
I haven't used any edge today. I have 3 edge. How many?
Yes. Oh wait, let me. Okay, I'll give you my last 2. So
That
now I'm
gives
down
her.
to 0 edge, and I'll give you another edge. That gives you 4, and you can spend 4 edge to reroll all your failures.
Good.
Which is the plus mark to the far left-hand side.
Got it. 11. Wow, I did fail a lot.
Yeah, but you got a total of 9 in total. And so the explosives is 15. Arcole got 5 successes, so that puts the damage up to a 20 for this section of wall. As we was reading earlier about explosives, and this is kind of why I was reading about explosives during the week, getting prepped for this moment, because I thought, they might just stick a whole bunch of grenades in there. I completely didn't realize you had some C4. But it says here that explosives particularly are designed to blow through barriers, but not all explosives. And so they are treated differently on a different page number that I can't see because these, let's see, 117, building a bigger boom. I think I found it. And it says, you did the engineering plus logic. Oh, so it's a 2, and then you got 5, so that's 3. And it's right next to it. Okay. Each hit. So it looks as the number's going to be 18 damage. The structure of the wall. Hang on a second. I've got the answer for this one. Where is it at?
So, Convoy, you said, or was it our call? You guys said that you owe a boatload of money?
Yeah, every single day at midnight, it just keeps on popping up.
Did you know that a boatload is a measurement for wine?
Buttload or boatload?
A boatload. Oh, buttload. Sorry, excuse me, a buttload. Buttload is a measurement for wine. It's 126 gallons, to be exact.
Why is it 126 gallons?
That's so specific.
They couldn't fit 127 in the container.
What container?
BBLs hadn't existed yet.
I'm guessing it was called a butt, which
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That actually kind of checks out.
All right. So The effective damage value is doubled for explosives for the purpose of popping holes. So the 15 becomes a 30. His roll, he needed 2. He got an extra 3. So that makes it 3 more on top of it. So that's 18 double. That's 36. Concrete is a 15. Because the wall's thickness, it doubles to a 30. So he got a 36. And the wall has a 30. So that translates into a hole that's about this big. That's it. So you put it all in there, and you put that one detonator in after turning it off, and you step away, and the vehicle drives away. The hush spell gets cast. 11 hush is really good. Like, when it comes to, like, explosives and stuff, it's not. So the boom is not as loud. It's rather unimpressive. And so the wall doesn't come down. In fact, chunks of the wall blow out. Tops of the wall kind of crumbles a little bit, but the wall's still there after everything is said and done.
Well, I had to clean up my inventory anyway. I was just, it was expiring.
Can I go walk up to the wall and put my face in it and go, hi, is everybody okay in there?
You hear some coughing and some people going, oh, help us, get us out. Oh, yeah. And then, like, a hand reaches through. Is someone there?
Huh?
Your mic popped
cut
off.
out. Your mic popped off.
I went past my microphone. I was leaning in too far.
Oh, Max, I didn't roll for the satchel charge.
No, he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, through
Because
my
otherwise,
instruction. Yeah, I was technically the one that set it off remotely.
Yeah. Sure. So you
I
would
might as well have just rolled it anyway. Can I roll it to see what I've gotten?
Yeah.
A hypothetical world.
Okay.
You set off one of your charges.
This roll means nothing. Okay, we're just seeing.
And once it's really good, then we'll take it.
Terrible. It's real terrible. Okay.
Oh yeah.
All right. Back to plan A.
Okay. All right. Okay. Back to reality.
Back to plan A. Convoy will drive the truck up there and see if we can use the arm.
Back to plan A. We are about to go on a 5-minute break. So if we could get some information on that Rem PC giveaway.
Yes. So while we were away on break, please enter in for a chance to win a copy of Villains and Henchmen. Just type #RemPC in the chat to gain 1 entry, and you can get additional entries for every 100 bits you donate to the game tonight. And if you subscribe right now, you get an extra 7 entries. The winner will be announced at the end of the episode, and you'll be reached out to via Twitch Whispers. Now, every time you donate 100 bits, you can give one of us a NERP. That's +3 dice to a roll that we make. Or if you choose to donate 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and 500 bits gives a player 4 edge. And as you can see, 4 edge really goes very far in this game for us. So everyone stay tuned and enjoy the commercials, and we'll be right back.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome everyone back to Gen Con TV with us from Rem Alternis doing Shadowrun. We just got raided. Woo! Brothers Murphy.
Yay.
Welcome, people. We are at the moment where the wall just got demolished by the, 60-year-old plastic explosives.
Look, don't talk about my tools like that, okay? I've been saving that puppy.
Wait, I don't, the history on that satchel of explosives is really long, and in some games it would have its own personality by now, how long it's been around. So the wall took some damage. It now has an opening. Our mage moved forward and spoke to the people on the other side. They need help getting out, and so we've gone back to plan A. Mama Bear has backed up toward the wall, and this is you guys' show. What happens next?
Is this a thing? Can I help you? Can I overclock your machine to make it work better? Do we need that? Do you need that? Is it going to be fine?
Now, this is a very sensitive machine. Now, can you say more?
Well, I see. This is why I'm asking though, because I know how you feel about it. So I just am asking.
I'm so sorry. Our Cole interrupts. Still in a half conscious state. Mama Bear is a her, and you will address her as so.
Yeah. Okay.
Your cortisone
Wow.
levels are dropping. Your
That guy
cortisone
needs
levels are
sleep.
dropping.
He
Starts
needs sleep
fading,
quick.
eyes rolling.
Yeah, we
back.
need to get him to one of them sleepy beds. That's what we need. Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm willing to give it a shot as long as it's not gonna hurt her too bad.
Well, I can reduce some wear and tear on the device. It says, if we'll just however much we need. So
Now, what do I reckon I need to tear down this wall? Let's see.
What is the strength value on the claw?
It is. That's in another sheet. Let's see. It is a 9 strength.
All right, so the structural rating is a 15. We'll knock it down by at least 2 points from the damage taken to a 13. So that's what you're rolling against. It's auto buying hits. And you remember how that works? Because it's
No, I
not
don't
a
remember.
person, it buys a hit every 3. So 13 divided by 3 is 4 successes. You have to get 5 or greater with your arm.
Yeah, I could use a little help.
oh, yeah, I can totally do that. And as I was thinking about it while you were figuring that, yeah, so basically I get to roll this and then you get to choose however many you need to use. It will take a strain. It takes matrix damage equal to the number of hits that we add.
Oh well, probably won't. Probably does not have a matrix.
Then
Yeah,
can
it
I not
does.
overclock it?
Yeah, you can. It will. It will either be the vehicle's device rating that will determine how much matrix damage it can take, unless the arm itself came with a device rating.
The arm did not. No.
So it's based on the vehicle. The vehicle will take damage.
Can I give it a matrix defense?
No, because it's a strain on the mechanical device. How complicated is this arm? Like, are we talking like it's super high tech, or is it just like
No, it's not. It's not super high tech. It's like the higher. It's similar to like an arm that literally is a tow truck, right? It just has more ability and more maneuverability to be used to like hit things with close combat.
So we're going to set its rating at a 9. And so that's what you're going to be rolling against Techno Siren. It's your sorcery plus your magic versus an object resistance of 9. You can add in your sword and throw some reagents in there to give you extra dice.
You know what? 8 is my lucky number, and my magic is 6, so I can add 6 reagents plus 2 for the sword. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna do that for this one.
All right. Your goal is to get 9 and greater. 19 dice, and you got 5.
It's not good.
That's not good. 1, 2, 3. About average dice rolls. It's not very impressive. The object will resist unless you want to. I think you've spent all your edge.
I am edgeless.
You're edgeless. Audience, do you guys want to chip in any edge at this point in time?
Oh, you have a nerf. What? Oh, wait. No, were you here for that?
Huh?
Hold on.
Yeah, we did get a.
So only 4 of us got nerfs from earlier.
Right.
Do one of you guys want to donate your nerf to her?
Oh, Robert throwing in more.
Yeah, the meat team.
500 bits.
Okay, all right, there we
4
go.
edge. You have 4 edge now.
Thank you so much.
Sweetness.
Wow.
You still need to hit 4 more successes just to give this any kind of bonus.
I believe in me. I do believe in me, and I'm gonna press. It's the one without, not just the forge. I get to reroll all of them.
Yes, so you hit the plus.
Oh my God, it's so many that I didn't get.
There we go. 9. Add your magic rating to one of the attributes or spread it out. So the maximum is her magic is 6, therefore you're getting 6. There's no extra bonuses or anything. So you can increase the strength by 6 to your arm, and it's going to take, the vehicle's going to take 6 matrix damage. It can be resisted by firewall. So if Arcole wants to increase the firewall of Mama Bear, you can do so.
Well, he'd be using my RCC's firewall.
But he probably can have a program that'll increase your firewall onto the RCC if you don't already have something like that. And drum roll, please.
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking at it now. My firewall is currently 7.
Versus the 6. So you would be rolling against 6 damage. That's it. So you'd roll 7 dice, and whatever that knocks off, that would be the damage going. So you get to pick. You can get a +1 all the way up to a +6 to add to the strength of the vehicle.
How many do we need?
Yeah, I'll take all 6. I can get up to
Okay.
6. I'll take 6. So it'll be 6 plus the 9 strength, which is 15, plus sensor.
Correct.
Which is 1, so that'd be 16.
So you're going to roll 16 dice, and this represents just pure unadulterated damage to the wall. This is going to act like explosives because you're dragging the wall apart, so the damage is going to be doubled, so that goes from 16 to 32.
Does he get an edge because there's a hole in the wall?
Yes. If he needs, he has an extra edge to work with.
All right.
So you're going to be rolling 32 dice in an attempt to rip a larger hole into the wall.
All right, I'm going to just manually do this. Oh, they changed the dice roller. Where's the Shadowrun rolls? I don't see it. All right.
It's under the advanced roll.
Yeah, they changed it. I don't see it anymore. Oh, target number. There we go.
Make sure the alligator is going to the... eating to the...
Is it... Wait.
It makes it greater than, not the less than sign. You want the greater than 5, and make sure the number is 5.
Okay.
I promise you that's how it works. I am highly impressed. I am not sure it...
I don't think it did it right.
Yeah, you picked the wrong... That's the one that makes the L shape, the lesser than. So the actual answer is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. It's less than, so we divide that in half. So you rip off like a half meter worth of section of the upper wall. Grabbed on, the arm is working incredibly hard. It pulls, chunks of the wall begin to crack. The crack then runs farther down toward the exploded hole from earlier. And the Fae who are surrounding you guys begin cheering and, yeah, bring the wall down. Bring the wall down. Yeah. Other than waiting for the wall to do its next round of clawing attacks, does anybody else?
I'm gonna spend 4 edge to re-roll the failures, which is 20, right? You said I had 10 successes?
Yes, you had 10 successes. All right, you fixed it, so it's another 22 successes. So that over 15 is 7 higher, and we're doubling that. So that is 3 meters of the top half of the wall. No, that's 2 meters of the top half of the wall with the crack and everything. The arm grabs, begins to pull down, and then the arm just continuously drives down the wall, ripping the wall out in this like gyrating manner that goes in, grabs, pull, until the wall just crumbles out away. Stones falling to the ground, some of them hitting Mama Bear, others crashing to the ground. There's jubilation and cheer from the other side as people realize they can start to come out. The large arm begins to move out of the way as people begin fleeing from inside of this walled-in area. Humans, dwarves, elves, they all look rather skinny and hungry in the sense that they haven't eaten or slept well. They all look like our Cole right now.
How do where are we taking them? Where's the rendezvous?
The Dwelf is, at this point in time, he's hugging people. He's like, yeah, we're free, come on, let's go. They're doing their thing.
Our job's done.
Oh, okay.
The people are fleeing.
We're also gonna flee. I assume we have the reagents in the pickup, in the truck, right?
Yeah, you do.
So, and we got the new yen.
Yep.
Time to go. Unless they can help us get out.
Are you engaging them?
Are you sure you
anyone
want
left
to
on the truck?
accept help?
No, I don't. Let's go.
Okay. Because I'm scared.
Let's make like a banana and split. As
Let's
my
make a
grandmother used to say.
As you guys are piling
make
into
like
the
a tree and leave.
You guys are joking as you're like, yeah, let's just go. Come on, these are fake. Come on. An elf steps out of the dust and whatnot, looks around at everything that's going on. Wait, who are you people? And he's not Fae, he's an elf. There's a distinctive difference. But he does have like face tats and stuff like that, so maybe he's in some prison time.
Can I roll memory for the name of that evil corpo lady?
Vought?
Vought?
Yeah.
Vought?
Yeah, no.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. If you're snitching on us, our name is Vought. If you're not, we're just really nice people. Okay, bye.
He stands there confused. No, thank you. As you guys are driving off, I assume.
Well, hold on.
Okay, he steps out and he goes, "Thank you for helping us. May I ask for some more help?"
That depends.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. I have to get out of Tarngier. I have to get out of this country. My wife and I must leave. And he turns and points to a rather pregnant woman. My name is Elwyn, and I'm not from here. I was kidnapped by the Prince's Council, and I need to get out of Tarngier.
Can we get a background check run on these sins?
So, real quick, did did Steel Tiger actually vroom vroom away? And if you're with him, that means you're coming through on the chat.
Oh, no, I'm still in there.
Cool. Yes, you could probably do some background check on the Sins. If he had one on him that was up and running, he might have one that's stealth, but you don't see one. Convoy just rolled a judge intent. They're both emaciated. Even the pregnant woman doesn't look like she's doing too good. She probably needs some medical care. And she's an elf as well. And I know someone here is an elf. Okay, right. Both of y'all know that elves' gestation period is really stupid long. Nowhere near what humans go through. So she's probably been pregnant, close to a full year.
Ma'am, may I please touch the belly?
She smiles and says, sure.
Is it a drug belly? What is it?
It feels like a real belly. I don't know. The baby fucking kicks you. Oh God, it's a peasant. Get it away from me. I don't know. Yes, it feels like it's stiff belly. It's not like we're not playing Cowboy Bebop here.
I know, right? Yeah.
Is that what you guys immediately thought? Cowboy Bebop, the first one?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, the red eye. That's where my brain went to. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Chris and I, yes.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not stealing from it.
Convoy is going to send over that little drone. It's going to pop off of Arcole for a moment and just give a once-over checkup.
Sure. She's doing okay. As far as it goes, the drone will say, I'm just going to say it. Drone will tell you she's fine. She needs medical assistance. He's not okay. He needs medical assistance. And then goes, oh shit, he's crashing again. And then flies back over to Arcole. Because he's on, day 3 without having any sleep?
Yeah, no, he's having a rough time right now.
You're just laying in the mama bear going, I gotta get through this matrix. Just like kicking in the seat. Not even going anywhere. Just laying in the back seat, kicking. Like a pup having a bad dream.
Well, can we just call it like tepid simmed or something? Where he's not actually going anywhere? Because I feel like this has already happened a good couple times. I feel like there needs to be a name for it.
There we go. Tepid sim. So yeah, Elwyn is asking for your help. He needs to get out of Tir Tarangir with his pregnant wife. Will you help him? And we will call it at that. That is the end of our show. Oh my goodness, you guys definitely did some really great role-playing. I've enjoyed tonight. There was some great creativity utilizing some of this amazing gear you guys have had. And 15, 20-year-old C4 and motorcycles that climb walls and arms that rip down walls. I'm highly impressed. You got to use the sword!
Yeah.
And
we're having a photo shoot later.
We're having a photo shoot. I love the fact when I was... You did. I love the fact when I was like, oh yeah, and there's this one, it's a red cap, and your face just lit up like, oh gosh, no, you knew immediately.
Mm-mm.
It's like...
No.
So... I normally award 3 to 5 karma, and because you guys have definitely stumped me twice, and then, well, not necessarily stumped, but definitely impressed me twice, plus there was something in the beginning Steel Tiger said or did I was impressed with as well. So that's 3.
The turret.
The what? The turret! Yeah, the turret! The turret was a good one. The T-shop message was another one, and there was something else. So... 8 karma.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you.
This is the end of a scene, so edge pools are refreshing. Elwyn is asking for help out of Tir Tarangir with the assistance of his wife, and we will name the NPC later. We haven't talked about money, but I do want to end the session after karma by saying that the blue signal is spiking and Overwatch is going up. The explosion and the sound of the tearing down wall have definitely got the attention of the Peace Force, and we will be having our next show in a week, the 7th of December. But before all that takes place, And Nova. I was about to call you. I was about to call you Nova. I just did it. Amber. Amber does a thing. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Hey, Amber's here. Hi. I am just waiting for the name to be sent to me. It's Robert Loper! Robert Loper, you are the winner of tonight's giveaway of the...
Dr. Meat Grinder.
Yes, Dr. Meat Grinder. You are the winner of the Villains and Henchmen game that is coming out. So congratulations, and someone's going to reach out to you on how to get that to you.
Thank you for the bits.
Thank you everyone for the bits. Thank you everyone for participating. You guys make the game interesting, and I don't know, you keep Max on his toes.
Heck yeah. And I enjoyed the fact that we got a nice little raid of people. Bam. So, yeah. Cops are coming. The Peace Force is coming. Pregnant elf and her husband. Are you guys gonna do the hoodin thing? Are you? We'll find out in a week. When we find out what's up with Elwyn.
Is that a baby, or is it something else?
I mean, that's how most drug smugglers do it. They're like, oh man, I'm going to put myself in an inconvenient place and then hope I get rescued.
Tune in next week to find out.
Ba ba ba. All right, are we good?
Oh, no,
Are we still on?
No.
Oh, okay, wait.
I mean, hang on. Keep on.
Waving.
Keep waving.
You're waving
Sorry, just keep on going for a moment there.
Dude, I hate